Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sielecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Seriously?
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see. I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sielecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Seriously? Checkmate! Game Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
Hello. Hi, very welcome to the Chessable. I'm watching the show. We look weird. Is this a real background?
Yes.
Why are we so blue?
We've been blue for an entire day yesterday. We've been called Smurfs throughout the
Really?
stream. Yeah.
Wow.
It's the new look.
This is upsetting.
Yeah.
Why do I dress up if I'm a Smurf anyway? Anyway, welcome to the second round of the Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival. My name is Gustafsson, and I'm still delighted to be reunited
Wait until
with,
about a weekend.
day two it already. Good pause before saying that. With the great Peter Svidler, 10-time Russian champion, and here to make sense of all the chess. As for the chess, it's the second round of an open, so we will still have clearly defined favorites in, I think, all the games we're covering, because we'll be covering first, 18 boards, give or take. But the margin for error has become smaller. Now the favorites, the 2700s or close to 2700s, like Jorn van Foreest, like Hans Niemann, they face 370-ish opponents, which we all know those aren't easy.
No. Yeah. And the speech we've given a bunch of times yesterday, and we'll continue be giving and Googling everybody we don't immediately recognize, in particular if that's a young kid. 2370 is very, very serious danger zone if it's somebody who's aged, 14. But as we've seen yesterday, even with non-teenagers, you are really not, you expect the unexpected kind of thing. We've seen some games yesterday which really looked like absolutely even battles between two players on exactly level footing. In particular, the one that we kept on watching until the very end, the game between Jules Moussard and Franco Gasic, which really should have gone to Franco, who, if my memory serves, is rated 2195.
Yeah.
So yeah. More of the same, please. That was really exciting and unexpected yesterday.
The sad thing is we won't see either of them today because they drew, so they fell off the live boards, open tournaments. They're unforgiving. But in general, these guys will be close to 2400, especially if they have white. It's already a tough call because they will often know enough theory and be good enough that if you play whatever your main opening, let's say the Berlin, you're not too likely to win the game. So the favorites will have to mix it, play some Sicilians, some E4, G6s, Caracans, whatever they want. And that means they're leaving their home turf a little bit, and also they might get a somewhat worse position, which is still worth it usually because it keeps peace on the board and ups the EV. But it's always a tough call for the favorite, like how much risk are you willing to take?
Yeah, and also something we discussed yesterday. Today, I think it enters into the equation much more than it did yesterday, because the 2370 people might actually want to make a theoretical draw with white if given an opportunity, which is less of a concern when you're playing against a 2200 guy who might never really play a grandmaster very much outside of like very early rounds of these opens, and they do tend to jump at the opportunity to play an actual game of chess, as we've seen yesterday.
Yeah, not just mindset-wise, but also normally, of course, everybody's different and so on, but normally someone with 2200, they will have their fixed repertoire and they don't play that grandmaster that often, so they will use what they've studied there. Well, 2370, it happens a bunch usually, and they will know ways to try to make life more difficult if they feel like it. Of course, one can only applaud anybody who just plays their normal game and says it's not about making the draw, it's about improving my chess long term. But usually your black grandmaster opponent will also applaud that approach.
Absolutely, yeah. Just as yesterday, we are on a slight delay in this tournament, so we're still waiting for the moves to come in. We can discuss the pairings a little bit. Nothing really that jumps out at me. I don't really know any of the opponents for our favorites.
That's the main problem
today. But
I know Theodora Injaj, who's playing against Ivanchuk, second female opponent in a row for Mr. Ivanchuk, who didn't have an easy, at least not an easy opening yesterday. Ran into some trouble even with white. Let's see how he fares today against Theodora. Other than that,
we'll see. But as yesterday did, today I expect some of these games to actually be quite close. Because the fact that we don't know these players does not at all mean that they're not good at chess. I tried figuring out, it's a very large field. So when do you think we will start seeing the sort of the proper clashes between the, top 10, top 20 players?
Normally around 5, I think, is when it starts, around 5, and then once it's round 6 comes around for sure. Round 4, you might have the occasional. 2 people have 100%, but there it's often still.
Yeah, definitely not tomorrow, but day after tomorrow there might be an occasional high-rated clash. Round 5 certainly, and from that moment on, it will, like every round, will feature a number of all Grandmaster games, which we will be watching very
closely.
Yeah.
So what have you been up to? Have you been mingling? There's like 400 people here.
Yeah, no mingling for me.
Wow, such a hater.
Yeah. I went on a bike ride today, managed to bang my knee, and
why do you always get hurt when you do anything but walking?
Yeah, it's even walking honestly is not safe. Like I've established that sort of sitting down in my hotel room and playing video games is unlikely to result in like physical injuries. It results in mental injuries for sure, but not physical injuries. So this is, I'm going to, my current line is, this is why I do a lot of that. It's just, healthcare.
Well, what video games are you playing to keep your health?
I only really play. The good thing about it though is that by this point, like Hearthstone is like 4 different games.
Okay.
So
that doesn't count as video games.
Okay. I did try to play a more video game, but I was scuppered by the fact that my machine is apparently not powerful enough for the 2022 releases.
Sorry to hear that.
So was I.
Chad saying, let's go Prague, which of course we agree with, but he's not playing in this tournament.
Yeah.
Different show.
But we still endorse the sentiment, though. Absolutely, let's go Prague.
Well, of course, we're rooting for his opponent equally.
Who is his opponent?
Pranav?
Oh, yeah. That is correct. Yeah. I actually didn't know that.
Ivanchuk is playing the Queen's Indian, which is already one of those. Okay, Ivanchuk is famous for being able to play any opening under the sun. And also, this used to be more popular 20 years ago when Ivanchuk was already a world-class player for probably the better of 15 years. So he's seen plenty of Queen's Indians. But nowadays, if you're trying to equalize, normally D5 is supposed to be an easier choice, quote unquote, at the top level. So B6 already showing that slight willingness. Let's not go for direct contact and keep some more pieces on the board.
Yeah. It's become very, very unfashionable compared to even maybe 10 years ago, maybe even 5.
I think AlphaZero is to blame. When AlphaZero won all these games, although those weren't because of theory so much against Stockfish, Queen's Indian got a really bad rap.
Yeah, I think it's more that the sort of the QGD/Rogozin complex doing so well currently that
it's just easier.
To
click your way to zeros, not to get a game, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. But yeah, this is D5, knight C3, and here black is actually a big choice. C5 should be 4, it should be 7, C6, you name it. They're all in pretty good shape. Therefore, yeah, the theoretical battles have been focused around that. If you're not a Grunfeld player, of course, you should become one. Chessable.com/Peter will teach you everything and probably some stuff you don't need to know about the Grunfeld.
Absolutely, yeah.
So b6 on the board, g3, that's the main line. And we see more of the same, like no direct confrontation approach. Bishop a6 here is, I don't know if it's so fashionable anymore, but is what the likes of Leko and Kramnik and so on used to debate a lot. In the old days, well, eventually just goes bishop b7, bishop g2, bishop e7.
The old main line, so to speak, which is a curious choice in a game where you have to assume he has to play quite sharply for a win. But just keeping pieces on the board is never going to be a huge mistake. There are some lines here which have very, very strong drawing tendencies.
Oh, yeah, I've played them all. Like knight c3, knight e4 is supposed to be the best move. I'm not sure he's going to play knight e4. Takes and knight e1, but I feel even these positions, there's enough margin flexibility in the pawn structure to make something happen.
Yeah, it definitely isn't a forced draw, but you are committing, in particular if you are playing knight e4. There are other moves available. I think Sergei Tyrekov made a career out of playing knight a6 in that position in the 30 years ago.
Not sure that's what he made his career of, but yeah, he played a lot of that.
Yeah. But still, there's a pretty decent scope here for pieces to come off the board, and of course white is enjoying a very, very solid setup with
it's hard to be in trouble if you get to play a d4 c4 f3 g3 bishop g2 short castles unchallenged.
Exactly.
White can spice it up here. Obviously the most spicy move is pawn to d5. This is how AlphaZero used to play, and before him Kasparov again, and many others in the 70s, 80s already. This line has been around for a long time. I think it's considered to be equal in the cold days of the computer, but it's exciting positions where white sacrifices.
Yeah, I did spend at some point in my life a very fun couple of weeks trying to figure out if we can find something here. And yeah, it's a
couple of weeks. So every day you would set up this position and you would try to figure out, let's do d5 again. But this is week 4 of d5 ed. Knight h4.
I think that was actually part of our prep for London. So it's I'm less lying than you would think.
Okay.
But yeah, we didn't get much of anywhere. But those positions definitely are fun to analyze because they just explode into very curious tactics very often.
And with white, if you don't want knight c3, knight e4, where it's not so easy to make something happen here. Bishop d2 is the main move and so on. But if you don't want that, then it's also trendy. But I've been doing a lot to play a half-waiting move like rook e1. Nowadays, I also try a3 or h4. I try h4 in every position. Saying, please make a useful move. I will not allow you to simplify with knight e4. And then I will react accordingly. You want to provoke black to play d5, then you take. And structure.
And rook e1 is in fact on the board. Yeah,
Theodora knows.
Goes for that. Is the point mainly that the rook on f1 will not be hanging after knight e4, knight fd2, or is that not very relevant?
Knight e4 without, and knight c3 never works so well. I guess knight fd2 is strong now, but in general, you don't put it there. There's nothing to exchange. No, the point is, I think that most logical way moves slightly weaken black's position, like after knight a6, for example. I mean, knight e5 is a move here which I've played, but also after knight c3, knight e4, and now any piece to any square, you can argue that this knight on a6 is such a detriment for this structure that it's actually worth doubling your pawns and then you try to play in the center. But of course, black has a wide choice here.
Yeah, but
D6, D5.
In terms of playing for a win, I think I'm probably actually team d5 here because the structure that results after d5, cd5, bd5, it's extremely solid for white. But at least in my understanding, it's not a structure where you have any way to simplify into something which is easily understandable. You're just slightly better.
Yeah, the thing is, okay, black doesn't have to play c5, but if black goes c5 in any of these positions, and you take, then normally, against someone who knows theory, which it looks like Theodora does, bc5 is just too risky. You'll get put under pressure very quickly. Queen b3, rook d1, knight e5. Just doesn't work very well. So you have to recapture with a piece
Yeah, and then
which
it's
is very solid, but it's not the most easy position to play for a win.
Yeah, that is a good point. Yeah,
but you can of course play royal c6. So keep the
then,
game
then,
going.
then you are going to be slightly worse, or maybe even more than slightly, and also not the dreamiest position of all time.
You did play the Queen's Indian.
Yeah.
No, you can also try to spice up with c5 when the principal move is d5, ed, whatever, not h4, g6, and make it a sort of Benoni. Not everybody's cup of tea, but it's legal.
Yeah.
We'll find out. Shall we switch from the Queen's Indian talk to another game?
Let's take a look at things. Yeah.
What's Hans up to?
Well, playing the English, and this has always been a kind of an interesting little sub story of like they do play 2g3 very often these days, and I think you're supposed to gain something here, but as I understand it, there are two very distinct ways of trying to use the fact that we haven't played knight c3 yet. Let's say here after bishop e7, one would be to play d4, e4, knight e5, which is a very serious try, but I think it has been sort of universally accepted to not give very much if black knows what they're doing after f5 exactly. Or you can try playing b3, bishop b2, g3, and develop the knight to d2, not c3 at all. Yeah, judging by the evaluation, we've plundered e4, bishop f6 here, so probably some other move order. But just generally trying to develop it to the g2 square, not to the c3, and then play rook c1, some positional sacrifices with rook takes c6 sometimes present themselves. I think there was a game last year in the US Championship where I think Samsevian beat Lev, right? Where Lev basically invited rook takes c6 in a very, very favorable situation and couldn't recover from it, which was very unusual to watch because I think he himself played quite a lot of this b3, g3, knight b2, bishop b2 English, so he should have known it's dangerous. But yeah, we'll see. Hans obviously is a very well booked up player generally, so he will have an idea.
No, but in general, the main point of this move order is if you expect black to, of course, the move order also avoids all kinds of bishop b4 systems, which make no sense with the knight here. But let's say you play the main line, knight f3, knight c6, g3, b5, takes, and bishop g2. Here, by far the main move at top level is bishop c5.
Yeah. I was wondering about that.
Is a very, very tough move to crack. And if you delay knight c3, then bishop c5 doesn't work so well because
knight e5 will be much stronger.
Knight takes c5, d4. White is already seriously better. So I think after bishop e7, you're usually, you can do whatever, but you're usually trying to transpose back now. You go knight c3, the main line is knight b6. Now you pick whatever move, and at least you get a game. This is considered to be playable. Black is fine as anywhere, but it's a position. Well, with the bishop on c5, the point is, say in this move order, that the knight just never moves from d5, and you have to invent something since knight takes e5 don't really work here. It's very, very hard to do anything like.
Yeah, this stands really well, and very strong players, including Magnus himself, have tried to come up with something against this. And I think Magnus did get a couple of playable positions from the reasonably large number that he tried. But in general, Black is quite happy with this right now.
Yeah, I might have spent some time looking at this. It features in the Carlsen Caruana match quite heavily. Yeah, it's a tough one.
Yeah. In terms of fun positions, we have a very fighting position by move 7-ish on board 4, where Andrei Yesipenko is playing against Matthew Phileas. And yeah, this we briefly discussed it with Gwen on air yesterday, how to play e4, e5 openings as if it's the King's Indian. This is what Phileas is doing here, by just going for this h6, d6, g5 line.
It's not the standard approach to playing tight and equalizing against a high-rated player, but it might also, it raises the stakes, and I guess that's just the system he likes. Which,
and it's much less ridiculous than it looks at first glance.
It's not that dumb.
Yeah.
still don't like it, but it's more personal taste. Like very serious people are playing this, and not just to surprise collectors. I think the space grab will make it harder for white to get anything tangible, especially if white has already castled. Like a lot of people like to fiddle here with a move order, see if g5 is coming or g6. Let's say you play c3, d6, and go knight b2. If g5 here, then you always have these h3.
Yeah, even h4 is quite a serious move. h4, g4, knight h2, yeah. There's a lot of theory involving that as well by this point. It's become a very topical discussion, but I expect Andre to have a clue here.
Yeah. It's no longer a surprise line, it's just one of the, it's not the main line. Bishop c5 still dominates, but it's one of the lines you look at if you're an Italian player, for sure. What else is there? Jordan against Julien Song.
Yeah, Jordan is doing something.
He's going for the let's mix it,
slightly
allowing 2e4, but I think what he's playing here is actually a proper move. This bishop f5 is one of the lines which I kind of know this because Jordan has played this before in the Chess Olympiad when I was his captain, and he had some reasoning behind it.
Well, the main point has to be, and 92 is also a very clear indication that they both are in agreement on this point. Black wants to go 94. If castles, 94 is probably coming straight away. So 92 is an attempt to sort of hard stop it, but it's an awkward move to make. I'm not sure I'm a fan.
It is a bit awkward. And you might get some e5, d5, e4 structures, which I'm sure the computer still likes for white somewhat, but it's not something Jordan will hate in this situation.
Yeah, I'm also looking at c5 in the current position, but I guess you need to have a reply to g5.
Yeah, c5, d5. I think them myself with a knight on d2.
Yeah, there it makes a lot more sense. Yeah, if I could, actually, even if I could play b6 in this position, I probably wouldn't like it very much, but it also loses a piece, so it's really not very attractive.
You can go bishop c8 to prepare it.
Yeah,
might not win that battle of MP. No, we'll see what he does. I think knight c6 is also sort of the typical, let's keep it fluid and provoke white into action kind of move, but you always have to be a bit afraid to not lose all the space. So I think e5 was the move here, but we'll see.
Yeah, the interesting part is, can you actually justify going? I think the answer is just no, but I was curious about e5, d5, e4.
Yeah,
I think it loses to g4.
No, that continues. Bishop goes somewhere.
g5. I think g5 is kind of painful. I think c4 I was sort of okay with, but g5
Yeah, but I know this position.
Okay.
This continues. I don't know how, as usual, but it does continue. I guess he just gives a pawn.
Yeah, I mean, you have no choice. So you just play knight f7 and you play as if nothing happened, right?
Yeah.
Knight takes maybe a 5 or something.
5 is coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, this was compensation or close to zeros in modern lingo.
Yeah, I think you're not disappointed if that happened. In particular, if you're the more prepared player to be playing this position, you're kind of okay with it. But you're with
a5.
Yeah, with a kind of a waiting move that you were describing, just not knight c6. Kind of an all-purpose useful move in all kinds of King's Indians. Yes, just d4, bishop d7, yeah, and
the memory is a bit off, but this might also still be following some big games. Anyway, he knows what he's doing. It often looks a bit random, but he checks so much random stuff that usually there's knowledge behind the randomness. Now, I guess the point is if now castles, which looks normal, comes, then e5, d5, e4.
It probably gains in strength, right? Because there's a king on g1 now.
g4, yeah. What else is there? Chat, what do you want to see?
Yeah, we will take requests.
Wayne is playing a fashionable line. If there is a fashionable line of the Scotch, then that's the one. Knight c6, bc, and knight d2. Very small ball, but Vidit used it recently to beat somebody good.
Harry, I think.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And yeah, e5, queen e7 with modern computers, it's just very hard to get anywhere.
Does seem to have been analyzed absolutely into the dust there, yeah. And yeah, this is just as you described it. Yeah, it's very, very small ball, but you're still not guaranteed to entirely equalize. And the whole, let's play end games against the youth approach is still, we don't know
is
if
that a youth or you're just assuming?
That's as is become the norm on this show. Let's just actually ask.
Yeah, these structures, I mean, they're very close to equal, and I think the computer won't complain very much. But you can always argue that the white pawn structure is a little more compact.
Very much
than the black one.
Gwen's opponent is an 18-year-old from Turkey.
That's what counts.
Yeah. So you're getting a very solid kind of a quiet positional game against somebody like that is a very time-honored tradition. Sort of, my chess culture is, longer in the tooth than your chess culture. So I will eventually outmaneuver you if nothing exciting happens. Not a very exciting position to look at, nonetheless.
No. Let's find more excitement.
Yeah, some not. Well,
this looks somewhat random.
Yeah.
Now we get this. It's the 4 knights, and big enemy of e4, e5 players trying to play for a win. Because once again, if you take here, you get a sort of better version of the Gawain line, or you could argue if it's a better version. But here, both ed5 and this castles bishop d2 business, but mainly ed castles.
The actual bane of black's existence here is the lines where you just go bishop g5, queen f3, and you snap on f6. And
it's not particularly scary, but it's so hard to get a game. Like c6, nowadays I also try bishop e6, bishop e7, c5. But here, you play a move, bishop d6, bishop e7. White, the problem is white structure is so solid. He can do anything, it's very hard to go wrong. White usually equalizes. I can play h3, play h6 to take. Good luck winning that. It's a very, very solid line, which sort of, negates the playing strength difference.
To a very large degree, which is why g4, bishop b4 is the choice from El-Taj today. I used to be
work as well. But,
I used to be a Belgrade player in my youth, so I have looked at this, and first of all, don't do this. It doesn't lose, but it's not great. There's a
this is the refutation, but if I play normally, I'm also slightly better than actually 7. So there's really not much to hope for.
Yeah. Night before is I've studied the Belgrade after the absolute guru of the Belgrade. There was an international master in Leningrad called Igor Polavodin who had notebooks. It was way before computers, so it was actual notebooks, 90
so
pages.
Just say knight b1 minus 0.18.
No. You take on f6, you go bishop c4, the game only just starts. That was the reason I kind of needed to know what to do against the bishop b4 line, and
knight takes e5.
Knight takes e5 is correct, and for some reason bishop takes e3 followed by queen e7 was not really a major concern. We were mostly analyzing queen e7 immediately, and then white I think has a good game after queen d3. Makes less sense if black preemptively takes on c3 here. I assume we're a little bit better after knight takes c6 here.
That's what he plays. Looks like he's better, no?
It's not bad at all, but long term you do have a bit of an issue with your queen side structure.
I'll just go have to take.
Just go queen e2 and claim that you have the bishops and you're ever so slightly better. You're probably not, but maybe, I don't know. DC you play f3 and you pretend, right?
No, it looks like black.
It's not horrible. It's not horrible. I don't mind f3 at all. It's a way to continue playing sort of properly here. You do have this broken up structure, but you have the bishop pair. The queen on d4 is nicely established, and also white is playing quite quickly. So I get the feeling that
he knows.
At least until here,
that's the problem with these 4 knights Scotch players, they know what to do after bishop b4, so they can't run into surprises. They're very concerned about safety.
Dutch played knight d7 here, which sort of invites f3, f4. But f3, f4 maybe is just not in the game plan for Mohapatra. Because you might suddenly have to play a very sharp position after, let's say, queen e7, queen g7, queen e4. That very sharp position could very easily be extremely good for white. But maybe this is not what you want particularly for today.
Probably winning.
Yeah, it looks like the bar seems to be suggesting it's just winning. So maybe we're not that worried. But then maybe knight d7 was not a very good move, because if f4 forces you to take on d4, I mean, I don't need very much convincing to be playing this with white.
No, this is much better for white. Bishop's center.
Yeah,
all the good stuff.
Yeah. So knight d7, let's call it provocative. Let's not condemn it out of hand, but it definitely is a little bit provocative.
Also, if white does nothing, I don't know, a5, it's not like knight d7 posed any big.
Well, it wasn't doing anything on f6. I think the point of the knight d7 move was, you want to play f6, you just want it on better squares. Yeah, bishop b5 is a choice by Mohapatra, which I think is an indication that he is not really looking for adventure, and is also probably out of the book. Yeah, bishop b5 is a kind of a move where
not a bad move, but after a6, then he wants to swap, or what?
I think he wants to take on e5 and maybe go back actually, and bishop b2, bishop a3, or bishop c4, bishop a3, somewhere. And it's not a bad idea at all. But I was
also, from a practical consideration, like
this
is not critical, but
you are a bit worse.
Yeah, no, probably black takes this.
Yeah, I would actually maybe even, I don't know if it's important, but I would take with the king, put it on c6 straight away, and go from there. Just get it to the better squares immediately, because the bishop belongs on e6 anyway.
No, clearly the bishop should go somewhere. I'm just wondering if he considers this.
That would be like, if he went for this entire swap, I would be a bit sad.
Because c6.
No, we're not playing c6.
Or pawn.
Yeah, we're either playing a6 or playing castles. So that's this game. What else do we have? We have
plenty of games. That's the good news.
Mm-hmm.
The bad news is they're all pretty unevenly matched, because it's an open tournament. Grigoryan is going for the good old Hedgehog.
Yeah, Wire, kind of a very old school move order there. E6, a6, and then queen c7 against bishop d3. None of the newfangled bishop c5 shenanigans. And White also, I think, approached this in a very quiet way. There are, I think,
knight b3.
Yeah, knight b3 is a bit weird. Yeah,
b4.
Yeah, and I mean, if we talk about the structure, I really don't like the Hedgehog from either side. I play it extremely poorly, I think, with either side. But my understanding would be, like, White is already sort of doing a little bit of both instead of committing to to one plan, because you either go like b4, a4, try to play knight b3, a5, and play on the queen side, or maybe in some of these positions you can try being extremely quick and launching something on the king side. Although
not here with bishop on g7, you're just hurting yourself. Also, e5 plans aren't really on the agenda with this setup. So yeah, not that White is worse or anything. That's the good news about the Hedgehog. If you choose to do nothing, you're normally not worse, because as long as these two breaks are covered, White can keep playing this position forever. But yeah, I went back to d2. I don't know if this is a standard maneuver. It looks odd to me to spend 2 tempo on knight here and here. But once again, still very stable. What's chat saying? They have any preferences?
I was wondering what was happening in chat, and I think I solved that particular mystery. So let me adjust accordingly.
Because you had opened the chat of a different Twitch stream?
Yes.
Okay. Thought. Read weirdly.
Yeah. In fact, I am blissfully unaware of exactly what we're streaming to today, apart from the Chess24 chat, perhaps.
What's wrong with that one?
It's the best chat in
No,
existence.
I mean, also on Twitch we're on Chess24, or we're
No.
not? Oh, we're not Chess24 PM.
We're also not there. Yeah, this was my second guess, but we're also not there. So I don't really. Let's ask.
They kicked us out.
Yeah,
That's just upsetting.
yeah. They only gave us 1 day, and our performance was not up to the standard. So we're now relegated to.
It's true, but today, give us another chance. We're well rested. Knight b6 played in the Niemann game, which is the move you play if you want to avoid bishop e7, d4. But that gives white the option to play these b3 plans you mentioned earlier with the knight, already committed to the b6 square. So here, it's a little more. Is fangle the word? Let's call it fangle. Should d6? I'm not sure. Maybe this is normal now to cover the pawn. But it looks like it also took Hans by surprise. Whenever I put the bishop there, then I lose later because I go e4, d4. But it's maybe.
Yeah, the bishop on d6 is a bit unusual, and I'm not entirely sure if that's such a great square. And Hans will not be very unhappy about this.
And we got camera of the players. We can see Ivanchuk and Yesipenko still sitting next to each other. And there in the background, is that Hans Niemann? Hans Niemann's back?
Does look like it, yeah. We'd know that head of hair from anywhere.
Is that Jorn? Jorn in the corner. No one puts Jorn in the corner.
Well, apart from the organizers of this tournament, which is, I think, a very, very serious misstep, and it must be condemned in no uncertain terms.
I hope he writes a strongly worded letter. You can see the Mediterranean Sea in the background. It's real. I guess maybe they put a green screen in front of the sea, but that would be weird.
Yeah. Projecting the sea onto a screen for more authenticity. And this game, we suspect, is an actual, it's not what it says on the tin, considering it's on board one of our transmission. We think it's a game between Nikola Kanov and Yuan Gi playing the Rouser with black, but we will await confirmation. For now, yeah, it's nom de plume. We think Costa Trava is today's nom de plume for Yuan Gi.
Not familiar. Nom de plume. I might have heard this term watching Emily in Paris. But
what do you think about Emily in Paris?
Excellent. Excellent show. Highly recommended. It's like a mix of Gossip Girl and Sex in the City. In Paris.
Yeah. I read some truly excellent threads by actual Parisians.
I think it's
it's
exactly showing how everybody's life in Paris is.
Yes, it's true to both the letter and the spirit of the Parisian life. Yeah, go watch that, kids. It's going to expand your horizons.
No. What chess are we watching?
All kinds of chess. So much chess.
Let's see how Ivanchuk handles. Yeah, he played another one of these half-waiting moves. Queen to c8 with this battle that neither side wants to go commit too early to. White doesn't want to commit to knight c3 because of knight e4. Black doesn't want to commit to d5 because of cd5. So queen c8, I'm sure there's some move. Tivyakov also dabbled with, and I think I also faced this once against Rosenthalis. I might have played knight e5 here. My memory. No, 95 was after 96. But I've seen this move before.
Yeah, it's basically you're just saying, please continue committing to something and giving me a better idea of what I'm facing. And knight c3, you are now very happily playing knight e4, as you've described. You are waiting for the knight to appear.
Not sure about knight c3. Like, of course, it's a legal move, and then you say, okay, rook e1. is more useful for me than queen c8 is for you. But it still wouldn't be high on my list. I guess computers will yell h4, a3. It's also continuing the half waiting game. f4 you could think about. That's knight c3 played, knight e4, bishop d2. Knight takes, queen takes, and d6. Ivanchuk, yeah. Now at least he has the two bishops, and he's saying, okay, that might be worse, but I have something to work with in the future.
Yeah, if we compare this to the sort of the old Tabia, the inclusion of rook e1, queen c8, I assume favors white, right? Weirdly.
I'm not sure about how much, but yeah.
Because, I mean, it's clearly Vasil's choice here, but the pawn very often goes to e4, and with the pawn on e4, I think having the rook on e1 makes a decent amount of sense. And also something that I think white does quite a bit in this structures is h4, bishop h3.
Yeah.
And that definitely is, you're a lot happier with
becoming a
c8, because it might actually get under some unpleasant x-rays in the future. But it's a very long game where your sort of general positional understanding and your experience in the structures will, I think, carry a lot of weight, which is why I think Ivanchuk is so content with this as an outcome.
Not sure how content he is, but he's playing quickly. This was the game plan. Here we are. How's Mr. Alexeyenko doing?
Well, it's not the
92.
That's very old school. It's very
small
very,
ball.
Yeah. And in general, this line, like if you play 92, I would have thought these days you take on d4 and move5, and those positions are slightly more topical and slightly more ambitious. Whereas these old lines, they all are, like you're really not trying to get very much.
Yeah, this is a big line of the past as well, but I think it's more or less established. Not just with queen d6, but even queen d7, queen d8, the black. Yeah.
I will say that bishop e7 has never really been the main move here. I think it was mainly split between a6 and bishop e7, which are two very distinct lines, because a6 you're aiming to play queen c7 and bishop d6 later, very quickly actually.
This is the line where you get all this craziness, not f5.
Yeah, that was very popular when I was growing up. And, there was a particular player in my hometown who played a ton of that with black, so there was a reason to analyze this. And bishop d7 is very often black will actually castle queenside after bishop d7. So those are two very, very different lines.
But I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with bishop e7 either.
But I think you're giving white a little bit more freedom to set up the pieces exactly how they want to put
pressure with this attacking h2. I don't know. Kirill plays c3. Yeah, not an expert here. I've seen people go like b3, bishop b2 when given freedom as well, but he goes c3.
Yeah, castles queen f3. f3 is a nice square for this piece, of course, but you still would like to have the rook on e1 to play bishop f4, and queen c7, bishop b3. a5 is a bit weird to me because, generally, I don't know why we're committing to specifically a5 this early, giving up the square on b5. Yes, the bishop will be on d7, so it's not completely unprotected, but it's a...
I have a feeling he knows this, and a5 is theory of stuff he's played before, given how quickly it's been played, and it's not the most natural move in the world if you've never seen this. So maybe there's some deep points.
Yeah. And now
rook a6 in the future.
Yeah, you kind of have to decide whether you want to react to it at all. I think there's definitely an argument to be made for ignoring it altogether. Just saying that like this is just a waste of time. You're improving my position. Like I don't know, rook e1, a4, bishop c2 or something. Or maybe even slightly more adventurously, I can play bishop f4 after a4, provoke queen b6, and play bishop c2 here.
I can't swap stuff.
Might be 5 here.
Might be 5.
It's painful. Yeah. So you play queen b6 and I play bishop c2, and I tell you, like, if you want to go pawn grabbing, I will play, I don't know, bishop b5, and I will claim I have some kind of an attack on the king side.
So aggressive.
Yeah. I'm not sure I do have any attack on the king side here, but
claim it.
I can definitely claim it with some degree of certainty.
Also, it doesn't look
Doesn't
too
look-
far-fetched to claim.
Yeah, no, it
queen
doesn't look
f4.
horrible. I don't know if
Great.
it. Yeah, I'm assuming computer defense here, but yeah, as a practical attempt, I don't hate it. Rook a5 though. Rook a5 might be a bit annoying there, but we shouldn't be carried too much away. And of course, the default reaction here would just to go a2 a4 and say, you wanted this, have at it. I don't know why it's good for you.
Especially with modern engines' obsession to push the a pawn as far as they can in every position and to stop it from being pushed. Think a5, a4. You see quietly inserted more and more in any random position.
And I assume bishop d7, and we just continue shuffling. I guess rook e1 because I really do want to play bishop f4. Doesn't really belong on g5, at least the way I feel about these types of positions. I would like it on f4 specifically, but it's not very much. It's the nature of these knight d2, c5, e5, queen d5 positions. They're a little bit better for white, but it's never very much, and it's always extremely solid for black and very difficult to prove you're really achieving much of anything.
Yep. Demchenko can always be counted on to bring the heat. Had a long, tough game yesterday. He eventually won. Today, in the Queen C2 Nims, though, another line that we probably know your stuff and whatever d5 or short castles. But if you think about this from having to win the game, it's not going to be easy in any of the main lines, which can lead to simplifications. So Demchenko goes d6, which is, more of a I'll accept to be slightly worse, but confuse you type of move.
Yeah, let's play a game of chess type of approach. And I think already by move 13, right this moment, he is, I think, quietly satisfied with the outcome, in particular within the view of the last couple of moves.
So far, all of this looks very normal. I've played this position, but I, of course, play it in a more chicken style. E4, go E3. Don't be boring. This is very boring. Have fun trying to win this with black.
Yeah. Instead, Jose goes E4, E5, D5, which is a kind of a principle.
It's not wrong, but then the black position makes some sense. No, you got rid of your quote-unquote bad King's Indian bishop. And knight c5, knight d2, bishop d7 makes b4 a little harder because knight a4.
But and this is exactly my point, that white actually decided not to fight it and played bishop e2, knight e8, before knight a4, castles here. And I think, I'm pretty sure white is still doing completely fine, but black will now wait until it's absolutely forced and will reestablish the parity in the number of bishops. And in a way, it's just simpler to play with black even. Like you just go f5, knight f6. If you want to secure your queen side, you could maybe include b6 and a5 at some point. It's still okay, of course, for white, but I think, considering the line Anton chose, he should be quite happy with this.
Yeah, this is like a good Bogo Indian now. Everybody's playing normal openings. What is this? Where my g4 set?
Oh, very sad.
And
very sad. And
the swap was coming.
Yeah, not a fan. And I think Eltaj now is, I think, a favorite to win, despite this position still being very close to equality. But once you start sort of begging for draws in positions like this, experience does start carrying a lot of weight. And
also, I mean, if you force a draw, it's fine. But if you're better and then you simplify at the cost of going from better to slightly worse, just to have opposite color bishops, it's not a great approach, I would say.
Now after rook f7, you will have to take on f5 because creating a weakness for yourself on e4 is kind of unthinkable. You just lose. So you go ef. I guess bishop takes, I mean, it's still fine. Actually, maybe let's take the rook and put it on c6. I think it belongs on c6. And then we try to play e5, e4 and claim the pawn on e5 might become a target later. Of course, it's still nothing very much, but only one side really plays for a win here. And it's going to be surprisingly difficult to actually force a draw here. Maybe impossible. You just have to shuffle forever and hope you don't blunder anything. And considering how well he was doing out of the opening here, this is sort of the wrong approach, in my opinion.
We have one of the German participants, Dimitri Kollars, playing a very old school Spanish here, which you usually don't get anymore. Well, not that often. I'm not sure if you still dabble in these.
I played some classical Chigorin in my life, but actually, specifically the move that Dimitri played on move 12 made me stop. Like that was specifically the line that made me stop and kind of tell myself never to return to this material.
Of course, what you should do here is castle. And after c3, you can play d5, the marshal, which is an excellent opening.
Fantastic opening.
It's pretty solid, although you give up for battle-tested in many a tournament, many world match. For more, check out my Chessable course on the marshal and everything else. There's no after e4, e5. I still think the marshal part holds up pretty well, as does the opening, which is why it's usually avoided at top levels now, and white plays a4, h3. Both of these we've seen in the Nepomniachtchi match, among other things. But that's supposed to be somewhat better versions for black than the d6, c3. Both positions, because white made one non-essential move, let's say. Anyway, h3 here, knight a5, bishop c2, c5, d4, queen c7. d5 is what made you quit?
Yeah. I don't even believe necessarily that it's absolutely the best move in the position, but the resulting, the character of the game you get after d5 is just sort of so nauseating for me that I just, I realize people are now doing it very seriously. I think Alexei Shirov was one of the obviously not the earliest, like this is Chigorin games to begin with, but since I was playing quite a bit against him while I was still playing the Chigorin, this became like a very serious threat because he...
Are we talking about Chigorin or Shirov?
Both, yeah. Alexei was doing this quite seriously, and this is just not fun. In my opinion, and I moved away to, I wouldn't say better, but other things.
Knight is always misplaced on b7, I was taught. But at least in these structures, we have this plan, knight d8, f6, knight f7, knight g7, bishop d7. Try to survive on the queen side, and then in 1,000 moves later, you could go f5. Maybe something happens. There have been advocates for that, but move by move, I think it wasn't so easy. It's quite as aggressive here.
Yeah. Move orders here are tricky, and it's difficult to say if what Dimitri is doing here is absolutely the most precise way of getting what he should be getting. But yeah, all of these positions, it looks like black is prepared to play a5, but you actually have to continue and continue and continue preparing it until you maybe one day move 31. You feel brazen enough, and then you get mated. So in most cases, you just defend very patiently. You hope not to lose your b5 pawn after a4, and the a file gets opened. And as Jan said, like one knight eventually gets to g7, the other one perhaps gets to f7 via d8, and you wait and you wait and you wait, and if it goes well for you, nothing happens and it's a draw.
We don't have time for this today, Mr. Boras. There's Argentina playing at 8 p.m. You can't just wait with the knights on g7 and f7 for 5 hours.
No, please don't.
Adiban, he's not the type to wait around.
Yeah, he's already won a major victory in this game because he played queen f6. It was replied to with knight b3, which, I mean, it's a playable move, but I would suspect that it works much better when there's a bishop on c5 and that move wins a tempo.
No, it's still one of the...
Yeah, of course, it's one of the main moves, But in particular, the fact that after queen g6, Elliot has already spent, 40 minutes in the tank here is not great. Yeah.
If knight c3, it's going to be pinned.
Yeah. You have to assume this is the problem that he is trying to come to grips with, because if you could play bishop b2 and give up the pawn on e4 for tempi, I would be quite happy, but you're giving up the pawn on g2, not on e4, which is a lot more relevant. So
you're supposed to play f3.
But Playing gambits here doesn't really feel very comfortable. So you are probably playing f3. Is f5 what they do, or is it a bit too ambitious?
It looks very ambitious to me. EF and bring the pieces out. But I'm not sure. I've never looked at it in detail. No computer gets a bit of advantage even here still. And since knight f6 is a good move. But of course, then we've talked earlier about how tough it is after knight c3 and so on. I never spent too much time on this. It looks weird, but the point is after bishop e3, you play bishop c5, and
you've
avoided like this line, for example. And after knight takes c6, you can also play bishop c5. And once again, these lines aren't considered to be all that scary, but usually white picks one of them. The argument black is making, it's transposing in two of the main lines, and I'm more afraid of bishop c5, knight b3 than of queen f6, knight b3. That logic is sound, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, that's one part of it, and I think the second part of it is exactly what we're watching right now. It's possible, at least, in some games, you will actually surprise your opponent with queen f6, and they will not know exactly what to do, and they might start thinking almost immediately. And a 45-minute advantage by move 5 is like an absolutely tremendous outcome with black in an open tournament.
Yeah, must be nice. What else do we have? Mr. Jordan?
Yeah, Jordan is really enjoying life now.
He's
bishop d7. Knight f1 is
just pushed the a-pawn. Knight f1 fits a bit off top.
Very
doesn't
it? Yeah.
Doesn't seem like the first thing you should.
Yeah, it should return to f3.
Where's it going?
I think the idea is to put it on g3, but h5 is also a very, very on-point move here, saying, please play knight g3, and then I will kick it away again.
And I've played enough systems where you go knight e2, knight g3 in 2 moves, and not in 4. And the knight never feels very comfortable in g3. You do it to get it out of the way, but not because it's crushing now.
Yeah. So d5, knight a5 now. So h5, h3, knight c6. Already e5, d5, knight d4 was a huge positional threat which needed to be parried, which is why Julian played d5. But now after knight a5, you have to worry about the b3 square.
It's time to go back.
Yeah, and like if you're semi-obliged to go knight 1, g2 here, your opening concept has been proven to be somewhat deficient.
Yeah, I guess you go on. Should be 3 or bishop d5 maybe, defiant. No, but that's what Jordan is good at. Like he plays lines that lead to unusual positions, and normally he knows them better and has a better feel for them because he spends a lot of time looking at goofy stuff. Or bishop f5 and a5 is decent, but he's not looking to try the game out. He's looking for ways to mix it, which of course is what you want, being the higher to play in these matchups anyway. So he'll be happy.
Absolutely.
He's generally happy. Saw him at breakfast. He seemed very, very happy.
Enthused about things.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Hans's game against Suyog. And rook c6 already is a bit of a threat. The question is, how are we meeting f5? I'm guessing we're just going knight c5, knight e1, right? If our knights continue being kicked away. And then we're trying to play d3 and blow it up.
Looks nice for black now, but if black doesn't have any follow-up after d3, he can just be more or less positionally lost. We have to take the knight takes.
The bar doesn't seem to be very happy about this, but it's probably something very concrete because white will be a move or two away from being dominant if the pawn on e4 gets traded for the pawn on d2.
Could it be?
Yeah. I guess d3 doesn't actually create a threat, so black has more time here than you would expect, right? Because knight c5 is a bit vulnerable.
Knight f6. Yeah, nothing too bad happened yet. Now rook c6 is off the table, so I guess once you get some quiet play, goes knight c5 at some point, black takes. So, I don't know, bishop somewhere, queen d7, white goes rook e1 to white bishop h3. Yada, yada, yada.
Yeah, you could definitely play d3 because I'm, kind of in particular when it's not my pieces, I'm a romantic kind of an idiot. I was wondering if I can go rook 6, bc, g4. But f5 is just always a very good reply. It's
No, that's romantic.
Yeah, just kind of wrong and incorrect.
Wrong, man.
And will never happen. Yeah. And the immediate d4 is also, despite only just playing f6, yeah. We're very much waiting for d4 to happen to play f5 and d4, and the same structure, but without the d3 available, is going to be an improvement for black. Knight h4 played very quickly by the Moogster.
Didn't expect that move. He wants f4,
I guess. Yeah, he's trying to play very, very concretely. He's trying to.
He played g5 here.
It's a consideration, but I don't know if I do. I think white hasn't really done enough wrong. Also, you might run into f4 and lose, right?
Yeah, that's that's a concern.
Yeah, you might.
Yeah, it just seems to crush.
Yeah, GH. Yeah, this looks like you might not survive the next 5 moves.
No g5. Well,
yeah, I'm not sure how worried are we about f4. I think we should be 6 for now, and yes, we are a little bit worried. Then f4.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah, it's
interesting idea.
It's an interesting idea. Yeah, the more I look at this, is there a way to disincentivize it?
I'm serious. Computer says a5, but just trust to guess because computer says a5 and every position.
Yeah. No, but yeah,
bishop g4 is first.
Yeah. Why is provoking h3 so beneficial? It's difficult for me to understand. Yeah, like h3, bishop b6, f4.
Yeah, it doesn't want anything in particular.
No, yeah, I mean, GF I can sort of understand. I thought taking with the rook, but then 95, I guess. Huh?
Yeah. 95.
Yeah, it basically says that with knight on d5 there is no attack. We don't really this is a stable enough setup. But I would be a bit worried. Yeah, the engine sort of continues playing g4 knight f5 here, and this is exactly what I would have expected.
Yeah, no,
we are sort of committing to finding some kind of attack.
Yeah. So Hans came booked up, or maybe he's a field player. He goes for the initiative here, knight h4, f4.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Yeah, I think in particular in the context of this game against somebody who is not very comfortable with this opening, who's already burned through some time, just playing as directly as possible, asking as many pointed questions as early as possible is a good strategy.
Mm. All right. What else is there? Phileas Mathieu trying to checkmate Andrei Yasipenko. But now, 97 voluntarily, can we do this? What's going on? This looks good.
Yeah, I wonder if he's just if 96 you're just taking only 5 and claiming all of these positions is just better for white or
yeah. Mm-hmm. I think that will be a valid claim. Bishop c5, change queens, 1, whatever.
Fair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a dream. Pierce, Bishop is an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
We got a5 already. This will be good.
Yeah.
I don't know. Knight g4.
Knight g4 exists,
but maybe we win here.
Well, we win some material at least, because this should lose to some kind of bishop f7. Not immediately,
this kind, but
yeah, I guess take on d8, take on g5, take on f7 with the rook.
Oh,
should be at least playable. Nope. Still no. Knight c6, and I don't have any good discovers. It's all very regrettable.
Okay, you get one more guess. Then I'll look it up. White to move is still better.
Yeah, I think
maybe
nothing
direct.
Maybe we just go queen e1 and just say that we're doing well. Don't need to be,
let's say,
particularly exciting.
Yeah, queen d8, rook d8, knight e1.
Oh.
Bring the heat. Look good. Computers are smart.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to d4. Computer wants to go e d4, knight d4, d5.
Yeah.
Which I guess looks a bit worse, but maybe it's not too bad. Bishop being hit.
Yeah, with the pawn on g6, you'd be very okay with this. With the pawn on g5, you're obviously a bit worried, but maybe not that horrible.
Yesipenko is thinking about it.
Yeah. In Vasil's Queen's Indian, the structure got more defined in the last couple of moves, and I don't think you generally want to be playing e5 this early. It's not horrible, but it feels like it makes Black's life easier to navigate. And yeah, I think you have to have a good reason to open up the bishop on b7 like that. It wasn't really doing very much until we've played e5, and now it has the entire long diagonal to aim for.
Oh, no, I don't hate it.
No,
that much, at least practically, maybe. It makes White's life a little easier as well. We can exchange the bishops and still be solid.
Yeah.
Let's see. One should manage this find a way. Once again, we see the favorite playing very quickly. Tedora already spent. What's that, 40 minutes? A bit more than 40 minutes because they get increment, which is not the end of the world, but you have two more long things and all of a sudden time could
definitely could become a serious factor. Yeah, a cute little tactic there in the other Scotch who was doing Gwaine. Yeah, this is a cute.
No, my knight.
Yeah, it seems like his blunder piece here between g3 is a devious little move here, winning on the spot. Yeah,
I hope he did this when pressed the clock up to 94. If not, it's not going to work.
And
also, what does he want? Like knight g5?
He's just stopping that. Well, not stopping, but he is trading it away because it was a very good square. And now we're going to c4. Claim we have some pressure.
So typical mild pressure you get in all these positions. Not very much, but with black, it's very hard to equalize fully because it's tricky to get.
Honestly, this I just don't like at all because, like, if it is the black bishop on the long diagonal, it's not horrible. But when it's on g5, and the white bishop will be very comfortably on d4, like you play bishop d4, rook d3, rook f1, and it's not great. You don't really enjoy those very much. So Umut Atta chooses queen e6. Trying to solve the issue straight away and force it to some squares and go knight g5. Yeah. I guess we go knight g3 and knight g5, queen d3, I assume. Preserving the idea of knight f5. Bishop f6, I suppose. Now we take...
Oh, sorry, this is hanging.
Yeah. I'm just in time to control the e1 square. But you can take play c4, I guess, once again. But this, with the knights on, I'm much happier about this with black. I just go rook ad8 here. I have a very, very beautiful e6 square for my knight for the future where it supports my Asalani and maybe jumps to f4 in the future. So, Gwaine is, as we described, this is not a line to get a large advantage. It's just a line to play a game of chess.
Ugh, I hate these lines. Let's find one more exciting position. And then, I think we'll keep doing what we've been doing. We'll jump around between the games that caught our attention. We are flexible. We won't, it's hard to cover 18 games in great detail at once. But if anybody's out there watching this and has found a chat where to get in touch with Peter.
Yeah, I have the correct chat open now, yeah.
Let us know, and we'll jump to your favorite player. Unless it's Mr. Doji. We can't do that.
I do have an update on
most DGT board.
I do have an update.
Is he working on a DGT board? He's such an attention. Sorry, what's the update?
The update is it's extremely regrettable that we missed his game yesterday because he actually played a very, very interesting game yesterday. I forced him to divulge the details. And he played a very sharp kind of a Slav/Catalan type game on the black side of it. And his opponent sacrificed a piece by move 10. And it was we would have really enjoyed covering it. No word of sarcasm there. It was very exciting game. Only slightly, dampened by the fact that Dodgy got destroyed in it.
Speak for yourself. I wouldn't have curbed my enthusiasm too much. All right, Grigoryan in this. Who used to call it a hedgehog? Yeah, I guess we'll call it a hedgehog. Has gone for a5, which is a committal thing. But here, I guess it makes sense because white wastes a bit of time on this knight, 94, knight b3, 92. Usually, you're not in time to lose because you just get crushed on the queen side. But this time around, looks decent. What do you think of this position?
Yeah, I've been trying to figure it out.
Bar, of course, is saying white is doing good, but
yeah, I wonder why.
Anyway, bishop a7, queen b7, bishop d4, sending draw for.
It's a very, very strong draw for, by the way, right? Like not playing queen d8 in that position.
98, but neither looks very tempting.
Yeah. Feels like a very good starting point for white. Yeah, improving the position of the bishop, further protecting the pawn on e4. So if you need to, you might play knight b3 next move, which currently wasn't. With the bishop on e3, that would give up the pawn on e4. With the bishop on g4, it no longer does. So yeah, it feels like a very, very good starting point.
What do we know about? Sorry if I'll bang with the name. Vili Navin.
Not very. Let me check. Jayaprakash Navin. FIDE master from India. I'm assuming this is age, right? Aged 19.
Sounds scary, but I'm not sure. This is a weird observation, maybe. I'm always happy when they are a FIDE master. I'd be much more scared if he wasn't a FIDE master. Which I guess makes no sense. And if you can get a FIDE master title, knock yourself out. But often these kids, they feel like, I'll become an IMGM anyway. I'm not gonna spend any effort on getting the FIDE master title. So when they do, I feel that's a good sign. He doesn't have that type of confidence. But it's probably nonsense. But I always feel that.
Yeah, and a different layer. I don't know if it's true or not, but like a different layer to this would be somebody having no titles at all might be an indication of really like no rated practice whatsoever. So you really can't trust whatever it says next to their name. Like it says 2350 here, but if there is no title next to the name, maybe he just played like 3 tournaments which were rated, and you should be even more scared.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the 2350 FM tells you, okay, this guy's been around, the rating is more or less stable. He should get that FM title, and he will prove me wrong by just crushing everybody. So that's how I felt.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not sure this is still a thing. In my days, I guess it depends on which federation you're from, but the IM title and the GM title, your federation paid for, because I think you have to pay FIDE money for these things. And the FM title you have to pay for yourself. So it was just too cheap.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah. A somewhat interesting decision there by Eltaj. Despite this being a very dry position, there's still something to discuss. And I was really expecting him to wait with the 5e4 for forever. Because the way he has done it, I'd be extremely tempted to just go FE, bishop e4, rook h1, and start trying to land something on the 7th.
It's a bit odd. White gets active. I mean, we can do this, but we're not winning. So.
Yeah, I mean, the more trades you achieve, the closer you are to absolute equality. And here, for instance, takes rook e1 probably is a very solid way to just offer a draw.
As usual in these positions, if all the rooks disappear, then it just becomes a draw. Well, with even one pair of rooks, you have something to work with.
Yeah.
But yeah, this won't be a smooth victory for Eltaj Saparli, and also won't be a smooth transition to the commercials that are coming up now. Check out the new Chessable courses. I saw Kazim and Ganguly, they teamed up to analyze the most dangerous opening that there is. The C3 Sicilian finally They gave us a black repertoire against the C3 Sicilian.
I should probably buy that because it was always my biggest enemy.
That's how everybody feels. No, not the L-Up again. What should I do? D5, knight f6. They both look risky.
D5 and then knight
f6. Oh, yeah, that's
that's not very good. Yeah.
Anyway, check that course. I'm sure it's excellent stuff. Those are two very, very serious theoreticians and great commentators.
Absolutely.
And we'll be back with less great commentary in a couple of minutes.
See you then.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
first of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to
Welcome back, everybody, to the second round of the Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, and it is as international as it gets. How many nations do you think are playing here?
We should do some research, but rough guess, maybe 40.
Yeah, might be conservative.
Yeah, it could be.
Let's check the list. I don't know any flags. You're probably good at flags.
With flags. We've been
Bulgarian, Chinese, US, Indian, French, Dutch, FIDE, more French. That's Serbia? Theodora Injudge?
I think so, yeah. Obviously, there will be a lot of locals, some Italians. Yeah.
What is this? Indonesia? No,
this is Ukraine.
No, the one below.
The one below. I don't know. Hang on.
Fernando Valenzuela Gomez. Apologies. Is it? I'm very bad.
That's probably Latam of some description. Let me check. Yeah, being good with flags is it's Chile.
It's Chile. I didn't want to say Chile or Peru. To one out of 10. Either side. Spain, we know. Turkey, United Kingdom.
Yeah, there are some Australians.
Armenia.
I see further down. Yeah,
I don't know. I'm running out of flag guesses, but there are many. Probably someone can tell us how many exactly. But yeah, the game has gone very, very international, or it always has been. But here you see.
I think it's more than this tournament is just a major event on the calendar right now, and people very happily come and play, and you get very nice wide representation of participants.
It is a beautiful place. I'll still keep complaining about the weather, but I'm not sure we can put that on the organizers.
Yeah, I think they tried their best.
Hans is trying his best here to create some imbalances. After knight h4, rook b8 was played, which is sensible, but if you have to play rook b8, it's possibly not a priority. And
yeah, it feels like we may have been offline. And in the Hans Niemann game against, I'm also probably mispronouncing the name horribly, but
Niemann, I think is correct.
Niemann is okay. Yeah, I think rook b, like the position is still not unplayable, but rook b8 does feel like it's a little bit slow and not really, as on point as some of the things we were discussing after knight h4. It does give white a much.
Yeah, we looked at it with the bishop on e6, which feels like a somewhat more useful move. But generally, white doesn't want anything too direct. No, he wants, as you mentioned earlier, rook back, knight to f5, maybe h3, g4. Long term, you have the center, you have the g5 break, and could get unpleasant tactics will pop up.
Yeah, absolutely. And like knight f5 is very high on the agenda. I think e3. It doesn't really look like a very topical move, but I think including the queen and opening up the queen h5 ideas is very useful in many of these positions. So black does need to be quite precise here. I think if you coast for another couple of moves and don't do anything and then suddenly find yourself under direct attack, it might be too late. I'm not sure how to position your pieces here, though. Like bishop b6, let's
say. Could quickly, no? I mean, that will be...
No, this already loses to something, I'm pretty sure, yeah. For instance, yeah. And because it's very difficult to smoke that knight on f5 out, it just becomes kind of challenging for...
You can take it, but then you're really giving up.
Yeah, you really are much worse.
All the trumps long term.
Yeah.
Yeah, tough position.
Yeah, Jordan has done something interesting.
b5.
Actually, no, he has queen a5. I was wondering if this is an actual pawn sacrifice, but no, he gets it back very quickly.
Went c5 here, which the computer hates because it, I don't know, I guess it closes the position and allows white to get away with having spent 5 tempi, 4 tempi, and putting the knight on f1 where it's stopping castling and doesn't have anywhere too great to go. So I don't know what the computer wants, c6 or e6 maybe, or more.
Yeah, probably some kind of a break in the center, but I don't really mind. Like I understand what Jordan is doing here. He wants to be able to reply to 92 with 94, so he's setting up a square for himself. After knight f3, you would like to take on e2, but actually knight on f3 is a very decent piece. So I think trading
it's back.
Yeah, trading for the knight here, I think, is a very logical idea, and it also gives him this one tempo before white castled kingside to play b5 straight away. Bishop takes f3. I mean, gf is a bit too ugly to contemplate. Although, I mean, it's very fancy, but maybe if the rook wasn't on b1, right? Maybe if we could castle queenside.
Yeah, that'd be nicer.
Yeah,
even here.
Yeah, rook g1 f4 or 5. Yeah,
rook g1 4. I'm trying to count who won tempi in this operation. It has to be black. No, he played knight c6, knight a5, knight b3, knight d4, knight f3. White played knight f3, knight d2, knight f1, knight d2, knight f3. Yeah, it's close.
Yeah, maybe we actually, carbon neutral.
Yeah,
which would be a very curious thing to have happened. Yeah. But now with bishop takes f3, Jordan goes b5. The point being that after c takes b5, we have queen a5, and bishop e2 loses the pawn on e4, which otherwise bishop e2 would actually preserve the pawn on b5 for quite some time, and it would be quite unpleasant for black. But bishop e2 is completely unplayable here due to everything just immediately collapsing. So we get to play queen a5, we get the recapture on b5 next move. And
here we go e5. My first instinct would be e5.
Let's try taking.
Yeah, my instincts. I haven't thought this through, but still looks correct. I know what the move is. Castles, bishop takes c5, cb, some options.
Yeah, I mean, bishop c5 currently, I think, runs into rook c8. It's a bit awkward, so we're probably doing something else, but exactly what else? Yeah. Let me try queen a5.
No, I'm not. Can I take?
Yeah. And then bishop b7, bishop b4, and stabilize.
Yeah. Not saying white is winning, but it looks, at least
it's very topical. Yeah, closing
getting
down.
rid of this spectral potential deficiencies. You could have the take and then lose the pawn.
Yeah, I like it. And also importantly, black would maybe structurally would like to respond with b5 before, but it's impossible because white wins the race very easily by.
Or 98, I think we have e6. Probably also not a great idea.
Yeah. So yeah, e5 is a very good response here. Hans has done something very cute, by the way, which I think is worth pointing out. After 95, he went all the way to f1. I think specifically to do what he's done against 95.
f2.
Yeah, knight f2, intending to go g4, e4 in some order. Yeah.
The e4, d4 order, yeah.
Probably, yeah. And just trying to stop the knight from landing on g4, while also freeing up the central squares to occupy them with his pawns. I don't know if I like this all that much, but it's a very interesting kind of non-standard approach. The question is, like, if black goes c5 here, what have we achieved?
I don't know. I feel I've made progress with black. I was much more worried about the other plan with rook f2, knight f5, and this knight lurking on e4. Like, if you get e4, d4, I understand. But here?
Yeah, here we sort of stop, not stop, but we disincentivize d4 and e4, knight b4. I think I'd be extremely happy with black because I'm about to land the piece on d3. My one question here is maybe d4, c4, bishop d4 is awkward. Maybe. Because
such a structurally
d4, knight d3 is all right. I blundered knight d3. Okay. Let's take all of this back, on the previous move. d4 just straight up loses to knight d3, right? Resigns. So yeah, that's not playable. What is playable then? Like, Black will just play, I don't know, bishop b6, b6, rook c8 next moves.
Yeah, black now.
Yeah, if we don't have something on the king side, we don't really have anything at all here.
I still want knight f4, b6, knight f5, but I'm not sure we should have given these 5 tempi.
Yeah.
It's just it.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's clearly not the plan, though. So what is the plan?
So you're telling me there's a plan?
Well, you would assume so. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, the machine just starts shuffling. Goes a3, which I understand. Yeah. Whoa, really? Yeah, but now we
see
yeah.
The outlines at least, but
it's
also incredibly committal.
Yeah. And I mean, bishop b6, bishop f7 sort of does deal with the potential landing of the queen on h5. You still get mated occasionally here, like queen g4, bishop knight f5 here. You can still get mated very, very easily. Yeah, I don't mind knight d3. I have a feeling it might be coming if c5 happens. I think it's sort of very much in the spirit. Because, yeah, I don't believe Hans has given up on the idea of giving mate in this game just because he made a somewhat weird decision to go with one out of two.
See Hans there in the black vest, the yellow, or is that just the red? Is that one jacket or is that 2 different items of clothing? Maybe it's just
I think it's the one jacket here. It's a very fashion statement-y type garment. Very, very statement-y.
I'll look into it. Yeah, computer is doing smart computer stuff, as computers do.
Yeah, I still don't understand why. Okay, it actually aims at the G5 square, yeah.
It wants to parry stuff from here.
Yeah, very, very specific, yeah. And yes, if I've played, I'm really expecting knight b3 now that you've attracted my attention to the fact that this move even exists. Or like an entirely different way of doing things here with the take on e5 and go knight d3 and claim that we're winning a pawn on c5. But that's, yeah. Yeah, black gets
Marshall Hart.
Yeah, black gets very decent counterplay here for pawn with the e2 pawn weak and very nice bishop there. Queen b6 coming up if something gets put on f3. Currently not very playable, but will be playable once white goes knight f3 or bishop f3 or something.
Still, yeah, it's an option because FE is so.
Yeah, FE is. Yeah, we are so happy about this. Suddenly, there's this beautiful square on e4 for us to aim towards.
Yeah. What do you think life is like for Hans at these tournaments? Obviously, he's very well known in the chess world. Do you think people? I haven't seen him around at breakfast anyway.
Yeah.
People approach him and want to talk, lawsuit, cheating allegations, whatever you feel like, or you think it's just he can mind his own business?
Yeah, I think he probably, like, once again, part of the lore very much is the Uber Eats, the thousands and thousands of dollars of Uber Eats.
So they have Uber Eats and Sitges? I have a microwave in my room, so with the mini market downstairs and the microwave, you can get by.
Yeah, you can absolutely.
Yeah,
you can absolutely not do the delivery grind here if you don't want to. Yeah, I was told there is some very, very nice prepackaged gazpacho in the mini market downstairs, which is supposedly to die for.
Right.
Looking forward to it.
So any special gazpacho or just the usual?
Some kind of gazpacho, yeah, just like you.
Because you can buy it in any supermarket, but there's some.
No, I don't think it's region specific. It's just some kind of pre-made gazpacho, which is like ready to pour. You buy it, you put it in a fridge. When you're in the mood for some gazpacho, you just pour it into a bowl and you.
So if you want a liquid beverage / substance, you buy it, you put it in the fridge, then you pour it and you drink.
That is
Got it.
The accepted way of doing things. Yes. I think we may have slightly exhausted the gazpacho discourse.
No. Could you describe for viewers that are familiar with gazpacho what gazpacho is?
Gazpacho is a cold vegetable soup on a tomato base.
Put it like that, it doesn't sound that good, but it's good stuff.
Yeah, I'm very much a gazpacho enjoyer in general.
Think Ivanchuk is a gazpacho guy?
Hard to say. He is a very well-traveled person, so it wouldn't surprise me.
Speaks Spanish.
Bear 586 says, "Nice hot gazpacho from the microwave." That's a bannable. That's a bannable offense. Honestly, like, please don't.
Dinner.
Please don't say that ever again.
Oh, I didn't see the shirt he combined with the jacket. That's the statement.
I missed it.
As for Ivanchuk, yeah, he's probably doing good. It's doing smart stuff. A4 or K5. It's too deep for me. I'm not sure what the rook does here, but
well, it's
eventually we'll do something.
Yeah, glancing at the E5 pawn in the future. I don't know. Yeah. White is still completely fine, and in fact, the current preferred solution for the engine, like there are currently two preferred solutions by the engine. One is entirely mental, and one is just an immediate repetition and a draw. So you can go one of the two ways. You can either
logical,
just randomly sacrifice a piece here, just absolutely randomly give away a full piece and go from here, or you can play queen f4 and supposedly nobody can go anywhere.
Eventually we'll go somewhere.
Yeah, he is probably not hugely in favor of making a quick draw.
Unless he can't wait to have that gazpacho here sitting in his fridge. Good against him. Yes, get some nice gazpacho, watch some football. I don't know, bishop c6. This is the computer line, but this is clearly not happening. And queen f4 is also somewhat nondescript move. No, like maybe it's
you can sort of relate because you're sidestepping bishop c5 ideas. You're just putting it on a slightly better square where it's slightly less vulnerable to things. And the problem currently is you would like to go knight fd4, but bishop takes g2 followed by c6 is a very good response. So you have to have something against it. And as we've already established, the engine says, have no fear, just give up somebody like this. Apparently loses.
This is bad.
Yes. Tactics,
things
and stuffs.
Yeah. I think it'll be all right. The position is equal, but it looks like it's not easy to play.
Yeah,
at all.
And you'll be very gratified to see that Julian Song has actually played e5 against b5 in Jordan's game. So we have a bit of a brawl brewing there.
We'll get there. We gotta check in with Timchenko before. Timchenko's doing well.
He's somehow full pawn up. How's he?
And he took a pawn on the way.
Where did the pawn go? So I just went f4 and then never won it back. Okay.
Why exactly?
Yeah. I have many questions. But mostly just why exactly.
Also here, you can sort of win it back or not?
Yeah, seems more logical. Yeah, it seems more logical. I guess maybe rook takes was worrying him, but
yeah.
But then you get compensation because there's this really stupid knight on e8, and you can play, I don't know, bishop f3 and then knight e6 or something, or c5 and then bishop f3 and knight e6. Yeah, and the way he's played it, he's given black time to play g7, g5, which apart from winning supporting the pawn, or also importantly, yeah, exactly, it gives you the g7 square for the knight on e8, which is extremely welcome. Allows black to connect the rooks, allows black to control the e6 square much better, which is a crucial square in these types of positions.
Let's get Julian Song. Julian Bam goes e5 here. And Jordan might be maybe rethinking some of the decisions.
He's already played knight e8, which is, we assumed wasn't really very good. Yes. He will just take. Yeah, he wants to give up that exchange, but
D,
we don't
bishop
have to.
E6.
Yeah, we don't have to take on AA. Yeah, we'll go D, and then we can just take on B5 and go from there. Like Black's position looks well.
Also, this
Yeah, immediately
might be good.
CC takes B5 immediately might be even stronger. Because the agent was pointing out a very cute positional exchange sacrifice in the previous position, which might be the only way to play, like Rook f3, and then specifically Bishop c4, stopping the king from leaving the center. Still doesn't like this for Black, but this is at least a mess. You can imagine this being playable with perhaps slightly less than precise play from White. But if you go e6 and then cb, that will not be an option. And yeah, honestly, no longer really like what Jordan is doing to his position.
Come on, Jordan, get together. Where did he go wrong? Yes, c5. The compy wasn't thrilled, but that doesn't look the end of the world. Oh, this is already somewhat unpleasant. Time. Thought maybe someone would like 98, but Pure is saying, okay, congratulations.
Yeah, but
sir,
actually, suddenly here your very, very bright early idea of including h5, h3 is going to be, it's going to just make all the f4, f5 ideas just so much quicker and so much more dangerous. That,
yeah, surprisingly bad. And apparently, instead of c5 earlier, e5 was the way to go.
Yeah, I can imagine that, and White probably does exactly the same, 94 and then 92, knight f3.
Rook e8.
Yeah, but now we can actually preserve the knight on d4 for a while, and it gets annoying. And eventually maybe we get to play c5 and really make it an eternal knight on d4.
Yeah, this setup you see sometimes, but usually Black is not on time, but here because the various knight jumps. Still, e5, not the first move that comes to mind. e6, I like.
e6 also fine, yeah.
92, but then you have to take. Okay, wasn't that bad for White. Well, now?
Yeah, this is... I mean, e6 is the only good move, but it also is sort of the only move you really want to make, yeah. Nothing else really makes much sense at all.
96 is just activating all the black pieces.
Yeah.
He'll play e6.
And once again, you have to say that with the pawn h7, you would feel a lot better about life in this position as well, because g6 will start hanging at some point in variations. It will provide White with an additional target for all kinds of annoying tactics.
Yeah. Jordan in some trouble, but of course, he's a dynamic player. And if there are still ways to mix it, you probably won't mind too much. So the computer said he was worse along the way. But also feels like the White position. It's more harmonious.
Yeah.
We'll see.
He has some advantage on the clock, and he obviously, should probably assume that if it becomes a calculation contest, he will be well positioned to outcalculate his opponent. Because
I don't know, his opponent looks young. Looks like he's calculating already. That was Kirill blocking the camera.
Yeah, why do that?
And Yesipenko next to him. No talking, guys. No talking.
Absolutely no talking.
They didn't talk.
Yeah. They know.
Good thing I said.
Yeah, House went with a kind of a midway solution there, not going knight d3, not going bishop takes e5, just e3, which I assume makes the threat of okay. Now she's
e6, he allows bishop e5. Wow,
yeah,
that's a gift.
He's just winning. Yeah.
Oof. Can't do that. All the dynamism gets
the e4
sucked out of your position.
The e4 square is just so powerful. Yeah.
Actually, e4 is apparently stupid, but yeah.
94 queen h5, you just
Ooh. No, don't go bishop e6.
Yeah, an experience, I think, slightly shining through there, I guess. People do, I think, maybe undervalue the, voluntary trades of bishops for knights, which I think is
just kills the black structure so much. No, it's not so much the trade, but that you lose access to this square. And
the F file is suddenly open. Your pieces really don't make much sense, and you're also kind of getting completely destroyed tempo-wise because 94 queen h5 and 95 comes incredibly quickly.
even move by move.
It's just a very bad mistake by Hans's opponent, but somewhat understandable, I think, because you just don't calculate trades which give you a quote-unquote bishop pair. I mean, here it really is completely irrelevant.
Bishop pair is nice, but this guy is not exactly a world beater with a pawn on e5.
Yeah.
No, Hans, should be doing well. By the way, in case you're wondering why we're covering the Yu Yang Yi game, we're still assuming this is the Yu Yang Yi game.
Yeah.
Since the names displayed are others.
Perhaps we could. I don't know how long it takes with this version, but if we could maybe just reload because the website actually fixed that and it's like move 25 already. So maybe we could just close it and reopen it.
We can have a little restart and we'll catch up with Mr. Yu Yang Yi.
Yeah, he seems to be doing quite well. It's a sharp position, but a sharp position he will probably enjoy. So Rouser has always had this reputation of being an opening to play when you want to play for a win with black, but you also don't want to play a Sicilian where there's a lot of immediate force draws, such as like in an Eidorf, you will have to, dodge some very well-established force draws. Whereas here, I mean, they also exist, and you do need to know what you're doing. But I think it has the reputation of a better choice specifically for this scenario.
Yeah, you often see it in these very must-win situations at the highest level as well, like Karana chose against Kayaki in the last round of the candidates. Rapport chose against Nepomniachtchi when Nepomniachtchi needed half a point to win the candidate. So you often see it, but of course, most of these top guys, they decide to play e4, play for a draw. They know this is a likely scenario, so Nepomniachtchi made it look very easy to.
Yeah, Jan showed
any questions.
And Sergei actually won that game, but that was actually a fight. Like to a degree, you can say it was a success for Fabiano because Fabiano got a very sharp position. It wasn't a very good position, but it was a very sharp position. And Jordan kind of lucked out here, because
ED6 happened. Whoa,
Jordan will be extremely happy about this development because he must have known he is running a very significant risk after e6. But now
it just feels wrong on all fronts. E6 look good, but now also all the black pieces are coming.
Yeah,
bishop c5, knight c4. You're clearly worse with this knight here. So the idea has to be cb now. Yeah, but knight b5. You still haven't castled.
Yeah, it's just not good. And I think the only way really to explain it, because once again, this is a 2370 player who I assume is pretty good at chess. I think
he's not 2690.
Yeah, the reputation kind of I think made the French player be more timid than he normally would be. I think if he wasn't playing a grandmaster,
he plays e6.
Just plays e6 in 3 seconds here and just goes from there. But against Jordan, you try to be safe, and that informs your decisions. And
doesn't know Jordan. He's full of it.
Yeah. So very, very large swing there from.
Yesipenko, I thought was much better. I can see the computer does not share that enthusiasm, but it looks like he got.
Well, it gets traded away. The question is, like, if you trade it away immediately, the second one gets aimed at the same square. Like if you go 97, we take on e7, we go. It actually goes g4 here, which is quite remarkable. I thought the idea was to take go 92, shuffle, and say I have more of them.
No, and it's not because then now black actually stops it physically.
Yeah. Kind of a curious structure where there is this hole on f5, but it's reasonably coverable in the long term. And on the queen side, because white was forced to take c2 takes b3, if black plays c7, c6, there will be no breaks to worth talking about.
Yeah, still prefer white, but not as bad as it looks. Then your boss / former boss / friend, Kirill Alexeyenko.
I don't like this. I think, I'm not going to be, on his case afterwards, but it feels like this is not really the way to approach a game against the 2361. You're giving black such a simple game, and for a French player, I think any French player, half worth his salt will know sort of more or less where things go in a position like this, and it's really not that difficult to play. And it's just
things good.
I mean, rook f8. I would try to put something on c6. I might even actually be okay with trading that bishop for a knight, because I think if the remaining two light pieces are the bishop for white and the knight for black, it's probably going to be okay in many cases here, because the structure on the queen side will be difficult to open. And also, like, just how are you going to make any kind of significant progress? I'm surprised the engine doesn't just say it's nothing at all. The engine does seem to suggest that my understanding here is very superfluous and white is actually a bit better. But
not so sure about this knight g6 move. But looks nice, but is it really going anywhere?
I'm not sure.
After g3.
Yeah, I think it was actually very okay on e7. And
anyway, I don't know Kirill that well, but it's also how he plays sometimes. Yeah. He has the systems and he sits in some very solid position.
Yeah, I'm actually slightly surprised by 92, because I don't think he is, like, by nature is a very obvious 92 player. I think for him, 93.
Did he play 93 against
Jan, right?
Yeah, the candidates.
Yeah.
Seems odd to shy away from it.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're prepared to play it against somebody, and also I think for that game at the time we didn't really know the French was coming. I think that was the first French Jan played in that candidate, so it came as a surprise. And Kirill played a very interesting game, was borderline winning for a brief moment there, and it ended being a draw.
Do you have information if Kirill still has seen every Marvel movie, or at some point is Doctor Strange 2? I'm out.
Love and Thunder. Did you watch Love and Thunder?
No.
I actually did recently.
Wow. It's the new Thor, right?
Yeah.
I loved Ragnarok, but I heard Love and Thunder wasn't as good.
Well, but I mean, it's
Taika Waititi.
Yeah, movie. Exactly. And like I tend to trust that whatever he does will not be horrible, but it's not the best.
I don't know. I keep coming back to Demchenko, but you haven't answered my question. We don't have Kirill updates on.
I think he probably has
movie watching.
I will ask when I talk to him today. Yeah, I think he probably has. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm way behind. Or I think I've given up.
Yeah.
The Eternals.
Folded Wood says Love and Thunder was a horrible spoof. I don't think it was a spoof. It was just a Taika Waititi movie, and yeah, it's what he does. But I wouldn't call it a spoof necessarily.
But he does different things as well. No? I mean, you can often see the handprint. I thought Jojo Rabbit was such a great.
Oh yeah, that was very good. But there he had no restrictions by having to work within the MCU.
No, I don't think that was a superhero.
I'm aware. Yeah, Gwen is doing what this line is supposed to do, namely getting a very small but
is he even better? It looks very cool.
Yeah, the rook will get to c5 and it will be annoying. And considering that he is vastly more experienced, yeah, I guess he is.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, some kind of position like this, and then you want to play like a g3, rook d1, king f1, eventually play c4 and
chip away.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, the black structure is just slightly deficient with these weaknesses and being vulnerable to c4. Like it's, I've often had this, that as long as you do more or less dynamic stuff with pieces on the board, it doesn't really tell, but you simplify a little bit and you're still suffering.
It's not going to be a very pleasant defense here for Mutata. There's a very sharp position a few boards below. Yeah, the Morley Kartikeyan's game against Biloslava Krasteva, which looks kind of crushing. White has sacrificed the pawn for this kind of a setup where it's 97 is not what
97 is not what the doctor ordered usually. No, I haven't looked at this forever. Yeah, in my youth, this was the debate.
Yeah, You have to bite the bullet and go for this. Yeah, I think this is still
Three. Go e5, so white plays I'm king h1. You go
Yeah, I think, yeah.
c6, and I'm messing up the mover. Rook a1. This is like 90s knowledge. I don't know.
Yeah,
before
it's all very
AB
old.
in
Yeah.
91. I haven't checked this forever.
Yeah, I think 91 was at some point a very, very important novelty in this position.
Yeah,
I think Shirov was the first one to do that, and yeah,
we have other days. And
Yeah.
BA, G6.
And knight of 2, and the knight gets to G4, and because it's Shirov, white liver is very, very beautiful mate somewhere. But things have probably moved on ever so slightly from that moment.
I do recall that sometimes the books were saying this move. I never understood it, but I think you're hoping for some e5. Oh no, anyway, what happened in the game? Knight d7, rook d1, f6. This looks
really, really asking for exactly what happened in the game.
F5, knight e4,
e5, knight e4. It's just going to be extremely painful. Bishop b7 more or less forced, and we go f5, ef, rook f5, and bishop h6 is already a huge threat, so the way maybe not to lose immediately is to play king h8, but then, yeah, rook df1, bishop d3, rook h5, all of these things, they look very, very dangerous, and
probably getting checkmated here.
Yeah. You just never really get your pieces coordinated properly to withstand the amount of threats I will be able to find on the king side. So yeah, it looks like a very good position for Morley here. What else is going on?
I don't know. I'm scrolling through the games here. Let's get back to the El Tashki one. No, he didn't win a pawn. He exchanged c7 for g2.
Yeah, but now the bishop can get to d4, I guess. And yeah, with the bishop on d4, we're just not losing this very much, right? Just get it to a good square. I guess rook d5, rook g5, yeah, very specifically solves at least some of these issues, but still. Yeah, white shouldn't be losing this, but
c4 plate stops rook d5, prepares bishop c3.
Yeah, actually, I like this very much. Yeah.
Here, of course, we snap.
Yeah, you can still sort of preserve the intrigue. The engine very cleverly goes bishop f3 to have access to rook d1, rook g1.
That's the point.
Yeah, meaning that we don't have an immediate draw, but white really isn't very much worse. With the bishop on c3, like eventually you just play h4, and you say, okay, you protected g7, but how are you ever going to make any progress without trading the g pawn for the h1? And then like there's just so little material, and white is so active.
Yeah, white. We can make some gestures here. Yeah, should end peacefully, but with black, you still have some hopes here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the game is still very much in progress, and if you imagine black, let's say, somehow managing to, play g5 and then remove the king from g8 to g6, this already becomes a very different game. Like the king can start running down to h3, and it shouldn't happen, but if it does, you can definitely imagine white getting into trouble. Adiban's game is, I wouldn't say blew up.
Making it look easy.
Yeah, it hasn't really blown
Queen
up.
e6, queen e2, that's wrong. You just get asked again, and you put the queen on e2, and you could have played f3 directly. I guess he wanted to make sure there's no f5s happening. That's a high price to pay. Adiban, the beast, with a bit of initiative. He's relentless.
Yeah. And something that I don't quite understand has just happened. Thank you very much for the raid, Ellen, but aren't you playing? How are you also... This seems very illegal. She's supposed to... Yeah. But yeah, thanks very much. Thanks very much for the raid, Ellen, and welcome to all the Ellen viewers. She won in 11 moves, says Cruzo2. That is question withdrawn, and congrats on your beautiful victory. And
how do you know it's beautiful? Well, it's been very dry 11 moves.
I stand corrected. Can you show the game? Well, if somebody posts the PGN in chat, we can show the game, but we don't have access.
11 moves we can put on a board, but it won't say. Nielsen versus.
Yeah, we can absolutely show it if somebody gives us the text, but we won't have access to it. Yeah, and this has gone off the rails very quickly for Elliot. Yeah, you can't take on a8, and yeah, he has played rook c1, but after rook c1, the most cynical thing to do here would actually be to take on a2 and then go back to b4 and
Now
go.
we think.
Yeah. Eventually we just go rook b8 and we say that you are a little bit too undeveloped here.
You're not surviving this against Adiban. Or against most people, actually.
Yeah.
House colors.
Mads 3105 says if you could talk to the tournament arbiters, that would be good. They took her camera in the middle of the game. It was very embarrassing. This is still very confusing to me. Like, how do you have a camera on you in the middle of the game?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's on the arbiters. You're not supposed to have a camera.
Are people actually GoProing their chess games now or something like this? This feels somewhat.
I guess it's a photo camera, but nah, you're not supposed to have any electronic equipment on. Normally it's okay to take pictures in the first 5-10 minutes and then leave them to the arbiter. But
yeah, Matt says she was allowed.
Yeah, she was allowed.
Okay. Yeah, maybe some specific provisions here.
Special permit.
Yeah. But yeah,
scandal.
A whiff of scandal there.
We missed the drama.
Yeah, exactly.
We need more details.
Exactly what this stream needs. Yeah.
Did the camera look like a telephone?
This was agreed with the organizers, apparently, says Mads.
So the communication, the organizer didn't brief the arbiters about Ellen's special permit.
What we have here is a failure to communicate.
Maybe the arbiters are some men you just can't reach.
Yeah.
I had no idea, but yeah, we will both behind closed doors and on camera try to bring more attention to this drama and make sure the arbiters are punished is strong, but scolded and informed.
Yeah, Screwzo says maybe if they had more phones in the playing hall, it would be easier to communicate, which is a very fair point, and we absolutely enjoy.
Also, I've always argued that the way to stop a bad guy with a phone is a good guy with a phone.
Yeah. Folded Wood says, on that topic, Peter, and I will give you 27 tries to
what topic?
What topic is forthcoming after that beginning? Yeah, on that topic, Peter, you max amount of eggs eaten in one sitting.
Okay, that is topical.
That is extremely topical, yeah. The number is, I've never really tried going for the record there, so I don't know, 4, 5.
4? It's nothing.
Yeah, it's just like I don't do, competitive egg eating very often, so can't say I hold any national records. Okay, looks like we have the text.
Wow.
We want the text, or do we not want the text?
What are we talking about? The Bible or Ellen's game?
The Ellen game.
I want to see it, but I want to know at what point the camera got taken away. Did it impact the moves?
Yeah, I don't know if that information will be provided, but the game went on the topic. Today is a Queen's Indian day. So g4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, b6. Ellen also went g3, but her opponent decided to go for the topical stuff and went bishop a6.
How do you win this in 7
Queen c2, c5, d5.
Okay.
Yeah, takes bishop b7, yeah. Bishop g2, knight takes d5.
Still in book.
Castles and bishop e7. And here Ellen played knight e5, which is not a move I'm that familiar with.
I'm familiar with it. That's probably wrong.
Yeah, it's
I think Lenier played this in the old days.
Knight 6, knight g8, yeah.
Knight c6 is supposed to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and after knight e5, Black just kind of castled and resigned after queen b3. Which is a bit unfortunate.
No, it's fine. It's nice aggressive opening choice and good awareness.
Mm-hmm. Nicely done by Ellen, and
still I wanted more. The 11 victory. It's just a piece.
Yeah.
Anyway, good game. And very sorry to hear about that camera incident.
Mm-hmm.
We will use the tremendous influence that we command here behind the scenes to address them.
Absolutely.
The bomb did take on 8.
Yeah, of course he takes on 8. So yeah. Very cruel. Very, very cruel. And
Also, it's not just the random pawn grabbing; it also makes sure your knight never ever gets bothered.
Yeah, it's just correct. Yeah, it is just correct.
Yeah. Oh, and we got Yu Yang Yi.
Yeah,
finally.
Yeah, and it's gone kind of off the rails there for Nicola. It was last time I checked on the official website, it was a very playable position. Maybe not the best position ever, but a very playable position. But
it's a good chess name, though. Yeah, I wouldn't even check the rating. I'd be scared just to hear him play Nikola Kanov.
Yeah,
it's rough.
Feels slightly Mortal Kombat-y as well.
Yeah, that's true. I'd be scared in a full contact fight as well.
Yeah, but the position has deteriorated very sharply because Black is now ready to play 96 and then start opening up the long diagonal.
What went wrong here?
Already here.
There was bishop to d5. I got punished nicely by this regrouping. Yeah?
Bishop f8 97 is a very clever. Yeah, it's these types of positions. They're so strange because like nothing is more natural seemingly than plonking this bishop on d5 and saying, I'm now in full control of the light squares. And Black just plays around it. Black just says, I don't much care. I will be able to challenge it. And as long as your knights don't reach the d5 square, which they, as we see, they quite clearly don't, it doesn't really matter at all. Kanov apparently born in 07, which surely must make him about 8 years old. Math definitely does check out there.
I don't know. I'd probably just not show up to the game playing someone called Nikola Kanov, born in 07, 2377.
Yeah,
what's the point?
That's a very scary thought.
Okay. Let's check back in with some of our and the people's favorites. Hans Niemann, of course, took on e5 and is now well on his way.
Yeah, somewhat
to victory.
Yeah, somewhat shockingly. G6 is actually very good awareness. His opponent back to making, I think, correct decisions because it gives up a full pawn on c5. But I think if you don't stop queen h5, you legitimately get mated in about 5 moves. So in terms of making this game longer, is doing the right thing. It's still completely lost.
Don't go bishop e6.
Yeah.
Main beef. Yeah, this is gonna be over soon. Jordan is doing great now.
Yeah, Jordan is doing very well.
A little help. Yesipenko appears as equally.
I am very
G7.
Yeah, whoa, that is not like I would need to be.
Why exactly?
Yeah, like I'm. That is just a very, very strange trade. Like we're always taking on e7 here, like every single time. It's so weird.
It's a bit shocking in a sense, bishop, but of course he's doing well, and that's a terrible bishop.
Yeah. We do not endorse this choice.
No, and there we see him on camera. We even got him on camera.
Yeah.
Do you notice his checks has 2 different colored sleeves?
He's preparing
green on the right and blue on the left.
Yeah. His
didn't know that was allowed. And his opponent
yeah, Black is focused. Yeah, Black is just fine now.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be?
Yeah. I would also be very interested in the idea of just going 97 and f5 in some way.
No. And d4 does happen.
Yeah, d4 does happen. And yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of play, but I just knight h7 really surprises me. As you said, like in both sides of that trade just feel wrong. That was a very, very passive bishop, and the knight on a7 is a good piece. So if we have to trade the knight on a5 for something, we should be trading it for a knight.
Okay, let's check in with Mr. Ivanchuk.
I think he's made some
was
progress
played.
here.
Knight f8, queen e3, silent draw offer. That's not happening. Knight g6. Why h5? I don't understand.
Yeah, that's a weird one, honestly. Like really trying to provoke h5.
Provoke this and then shuffle, but how bad can it be to have gotten free h5?
Yeah, and there's also a specific tactical reason, I think, because rook takes d8, followed by 94 is even stronger than or here as well, yeah. Like just go h5.
We don't have to worry about any c6 moves.
Yeah, and you actually get a very good version of these types of positions. The engine gives white a very significant advantage actually here, but instead Theodora goes queen e2, which feels very timid. She's still fine. Yeah, she's still fine.
Yeah. Still work for Ivanchuk. Wayne Jones is.
Wayne has done something that I did not really
put the rook
expect.
where we wanted him to put it.
Yeah.
Puts the rook on c5.
And now Black has an interesting choice here. Yeah, d4 is the most natural way to do this, but you could also perhaps convince yourself that d takes c4 makes an immediate draw and try to calculate your way through.
I tried to convince myself that here, I don't know, I can see computers as just equal, but I'd still be mildly concerned that white just improves and then attacks something.
Yeah.
Or pushes a4, b5.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is also like a nod in the direction of d takes c4. And obviously, if you didn't have those really stupid 3 pawns on the 6th, this would be an immediate draw and a comfortable one. But as is, you probably have to correctly assess that you will be able to trade a7 for b3 here, which I think is a fair,
yeah. No, it's a question, if you will. I think this is safer than d4, but I might be going here if I play Gawain, like, because this I think you hold.
Yeah, 3 against 2 generally is not very difficult, and
people a4.
Rook
e2,
I guess. Yeah, rook a3.
Rook a3.
But honestly, even rook takes f2 and then put it back on.
No, this is a fairly trivial draw with it. Yeah. 2 versus 1 and activity. We'll see.
Yeah.
And we'll see you again in a couple minutes. You should spend these minutes to visit Peter's course, chessable.com/Peter, and think about. I know you've been getting good positions in the Slav or the Ragozin, but are you enjoying yourself? Wanna add a little spice, some asymmetric positions, other than in the symmetrical Grunfeld? Then think about the Grunfeld. Do it.
Think deeply about the Grunfeld.
Please.
Which is the only way to think about that opening.
Nah, just watch Peter's course and you don't have to think about it.
Or that.
time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sielecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
And we're back. I want to see the outcome of that game. My money's on the boy. But my money is very certainly on Kartikeyan here after queen takes e5.
Yeah, rook gf1 is a solid move, but it's slightly regrettable that you're going to have to switch to just winning a completely winning position, a bunch of material up.
Oh,
actually, that's not true.
Look at this.
Whoa. That is very good. I have to say.
Not so obvious, even now having seen it. But this
one is, yeah,
checkmate.
but bishop b6 followed by rook f7. Yeah, the engine does some really funky stuff there. Fine. You should throw in bishop b6 check that. Right?
Yes, I should.
To make it less lost, yeah. Because this I think is figure outable.
We have to think of rook f7.
Yeah. But yeah, bishop b6, because I thought I figured it out and then I realized I haven't. Yeah, in this position I've figured it out. Yeah. I thought bishop c4, but then bishop b6 maybe we'll lose. But yeah, it goes knight d6 here and says this is winning.
It's too complicated. It's just no one's doing this. Here, bishop c4, and we pick up all
of the rooks, yeah. Absolutely.
And then give mate.
Mm-hmm.
Computers are nasty. It's not he also lose the knight.
Yeah.
Very nice, Mr. Computer. I don't think this is happening. Good news for white is it doesn't have to happen.
Yeah. Even rook e5 is quite strong, but yeah, you probably play queen e5. Yeah.
Can you win this with common sense? We're not picking up material, are we? Oh, 96 is wrong, sorry.
You actually have to play quite precisely here, because I think if you give black like a move there, even one move to do something.
Yeah, you're just better. But
yeah. Yeah, this is very much a game, yeah.
Still some intrigue.
Mm-hmm.
What else were we watching?
We were watching absolutely everything.
Eltash. No, some games we haven't covered in great detail. Like Quranic against Pablo Mari. Is Eltash winning? Doesn't look like it, does it? White has done sensible things.
Yeah, so far no mistakes from Mohapatra that we can identify. He's doing everything correctly, activating the king, keeping the very watchful eye over the g7 pawn. Once again, like if you get king h6 and g5 in a good version, and somehow white has no good reply to it, you probably are becoming a bit happier about things. But bishop g4, I guess, right? Just have bishop b3.
Feels like he's missing the touch today.
Yeah, this is the issue of playing e4, e5 openings against somebody who is willing to go slightly out of their way to, play as dry a game as possible.
Yeah.
You always run the risk of, the 4 knights.
Problem I have ever had. The Bundesliga game, I'm black. Someone plays e4 in that rating range. Do I dare not to play this fantastic move? Because if I do, many draws.
Yeah, in the meantime, this appears to be a full piece.
Demchenko making it look easy.
I guess the point is queen takes e1, right? That has to be why this, quote unquote sacrifice happened. And now you have queen e8 check, but knight g3 just wins. This is not a bad tactical ploy, but unfortunately after queen e1, knight g3, you both lose material, and also in many cases you get mated. Yeah. So
Demchenko too strong.
Demchenko very strong, yeah.
Is he stronger than Bakro? That still is the question that needs to be answered.
Yeah. Get on that, Ludwig. This has to be the next big event.
Oh yeah, that'd be. We need it. I don't know. Bakro is very strong physically.
Is it? Was not aware of that particular storyline.
It's part of the Bakro though that he's ridiculously strong. What's eventually doing? He wants c6, but there is a Zwischenzug.
Yeah, I guess he just takes on e5, takes on b5,
Yeah.
and shockingly, the engine actually prefers white despite black, supposedly having a slightly better structure. But yeah, that bishop on 6 is going to be very annoying. The rook can get to a7, but it never gets to any good squares anyway after that.
Still stuck. Yeah, fair enough. Won't be easy.
Yeah, this would be very difficult to win. White doesn't even need to be very imaginative in a position like this. You just shuffle, you go king g2, I don't know, rook d3, and you shuffle.
Also, you don't have a choice. Or maybe you do have a choice. No one goes knight d4, knight d5 here.
No.
Knight d6, then I think stuff just drops. That's what he wants.
Yeah, I think it's possible and probable even that you land on the decision to play h5 because everything else just doesn't look very attractive.
Yeah.
Jordan's game became very funky because Jordan somehow managed to fork the rooks on b1 and f1, but White also finished development and is now generating some counterplay. Rook a6 engine suggests is by far the best move, but once again, I think very findable because you do need to control the f6 square here.
How happy are you here? It looks a bit scary.
It does look scary, yeah, but I guess you were somehow in time to play bishop g7 eventually. And once the bishop gets to g7, you're going to be okay about things.
Okay, so you're in good shape, but some calculating needed. Hans, game's still not over.
Yeah, it became a bit of a mess, actually, yeah.
We were declaring it to be over.
Yeah, but it was very machine-like. Yeah, machine was suggesting playing queen a1 and then a4 because you do have a slight issue with your rook on a5, but it was solving it very convincingly by putting the queen on a1 and then playing a4, ab, and supporting the rook on a1 or on a5 with your queen. Instead, he played.
Frankly, these are not insane moves.
It's very playable. Yeah.
We went here and knight to f7. Tactical operation.
Yeah, I guess he maybe just thought this is winning by force, but after queen c7, yes, you can take on d5.
But black has to play rook b6.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Bishop f7, yeah, and the point being that bishop takes f7 here loses to queen c6, which is actually you kind of need to see that. I didn't only because the engine told me was I able to realize that. But yeah, if his opponent spots that queen b6 or that rook b6 exists, the game sort of restarts there.
I still don't get it though.
Well, the knight on f7 is doomed.
Yeah. Someone tried to enter the studio. I think I'm very scared. St. Peter.
Yeah, we are very imposing.
Yeah, it's a sick move. Also blocking your queen from capturing that rook.
But also, what I think happens if he takes on d5 here is that black just snap takes on f7.
You move that.
And then after queen c6, the game is pretty much over.
Realize you have to take.
And then you lose the a6 pawn, and it becomes very... Two down and no real sensation, so not much hope.
So where are the upsets?
Well, Kirill did something slightly weird in his game against Valenzuela Gomez. He chose to go for something very concrete there by giving up the pawn on b2, and after some thought, his opponent correctly did pick up that pawn. Yeah, bishop c2 here wasn't really necessary. You could continue just shuffling, but yeah, he's gone for this, and now the queen is clearly not going to get caught because it has the c4 square available. You are also preparing to take on a4 in many positions. So yeah, this is a kind of a strange decision simply because I think your edge in this simple, slightly dry positions comes from being better at shuffling. When you give your opponent an opportunity to calculate something, they, very often will quite happy to take it because they feel that.
Also feel you have little to lose, so
yeah, exactly.
Might as well take it if you don't see a refutation and show me the money.
Yeah, it just makes your opponent's life, I think, much simpler when you give them a very sort of precise target for a little bout of calculating. And it doesn't seem like he has anything. It does get a bit scary because after rook takes b7, the engine just takes on a4 here, says it's completely fine. But yeah, I think it's understandable if you get a bit worried about bishop takes e6, knight takes e6 in some version. But I guess black just always has rook d7. Everything else loses, but rook d7 always very sufficiently covers everything that needs to be covered. And
yeah, not a tough move, especially once you get here, bro. So to see from afar,
yeah,
no, you can do this. And Kirill will also spot these things nicely side if you.
Yeah, but I'm not sure what the bailout
have an
is.
alternative, like, what can you do?
Yeah.
H5 never does too much because it's not an F8.
It's actually better place for
all the
the
mates.
Yeah, it's just a perfect square to be aiming for. So yeah, you have to do something, but it doesn't seem to be working move by move here.
Right, potential upset there. And Yesipenko, he's better against.
Yeah, this improved, yeah, because black decided to dedicate some time to getting rid of that bishop,
but also he allowed
allowing FG. Yeah, allowing FG is not. Having played knight g4, I think you had to commit to playing f5, which I'm pretty sure was the original intention. And then I'm guessing Phileas realized that I will play something like f3, knight f6, d4, or immediate d4 or something, and the center does come under some pressure. But I would still prefer this to what he's done, because I think now Andrei's game is quite simple. You just aim stuff at the f5 square. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
yeah. It's still a solid position though, and I like knight a7. I mean, knight a7 might have concrete problems, but in general, white obviously wants knight e6, knight g3, knight f5. And if you can meet it by landing your knight on d4 in response, it covers the most important entrance square. And then maybe you can dig deep, like you play f6, rook f7, rook a8, and you say, none shall pass. Whether none actually shall pass or not is open to debate, but that you can at least attempt the claim. Theodora, in the meantime, did find the h5 move, and now Vasil has a kind of a unpleasant choice, because if you have to play knight f8, even knight d4, I think, is potentially quite unpleasant, because e5 is no longer hanging and c6 is quite vulnerable. So you kind of have to go for this trading sequence, yeah, or this, but this was very risky, right? You just get mated very often, like if you accept this pawn sacrifice, like b takes c4 here, bishop h5 or gf, and then bishop h5, which is very, very, very risky.
How we do it?
Yeah, maybe there is something more precise here, because here queen e8 still seems to hold things somewhat together. Rook e7. Yeah, at least a perpetual and maybe more, but probably just a perpetual here. Maybe the immediate bishop h5 was just stronger. Just put it on g6 and go from there. Yeah, like Vasil will just know that this is unplayable. He is very, very aware of just how dangerous these types of positions are. So I think, yeah, you kind of shrug and you take on e5, you take on b5, but
yes.
But how do you win that position?
You might not. Because the white moves aren't tough. Like, even if you think from afar you're slightly worse, so you will go queen e2, bishop c6, and have a look around.
Yeah. The way to actually run into maybe some trouble there, if we continue, like, let's put bishop f6, queen e2, and I don't know, queen c7, bishop c6 on the board or something. Like, if you decide that you are annoyed by the fact that your b2 pawn is constantly hanging, and you eventually open up the a file for the rook, somehow.
Why would you? The rook is locked up. That's the point.
But yeah, as long as you don't do that, I think you're entirely fine. And it should be pretty obvious that you shouldn't. Yeah, bishop f7 played in Hans's game, by the way, as expected. Yeah, rook b6 is
Yeah, that's just sick.
We're way too computery.
But answers the decision. Yeah, queen c6 is nice.
Yeah, queen f3 exists, but then
Exists.
rook b6 once again allows black to stabilize, and white is probably better. But
that's
nothing.
actually spottable. Like all you need to see is really queen a5, queen f6, king h6, and find some way there. G4 was apparently made, threatening g5. Still, how sure are you here from far?
I think reasonably sure, because everything is sort of too far away from the defense. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure still how we give mate here. Like bishop 3, king h4, we don't have a follow-up, so queen f3. King g5, queen g3 maybe, and then rook f7, and everything is very tied up, and this loses rook h7, right? Yeah, I mean, you still have to calculate, but I think you probably trust your position to be much better / winning if you have to.
We'll see if he spots queen c6. The endgame is so sad. I wouldn't be surprised if this actually happened.
Yeah,
So has to go g4. No? Like you have a perpetual, but queen f7. Rook
yeah. I
f8
thought about rook
doesn't
f5, but it doesn't create any threats. And rook f7, king f8. Rook f8, you might be worse. Yeah, rook f5 looks kind of cute, but does not. Rook h5. But queen d8. Yeah, queen d8 specifically, because otherwise rook h5, queen h4 was actually a threat. Yeah, queen 6 play.
a plate.
And now it's a kind of a weird one, right? Because if you don't want to be in like the tactics, solve tactics collections for the rest of your game, the rest of your life, you take on 6, but you lose. So you might as well take on a5 and ask your opponent to demonstrate. Even if you do suspect that a solution will present itself somehow. Yeah. G5 has to be right. King h5. I mean, you can start with queen f7 maybe, but then queen takes g5. Queen h7, queen h6. I don't like this very much. I mean, it's probably still very good, like queen d7, just continue slowly, but there has to be something faster.
We'll find out how much time does Suyova have. 4 minutes. We can stick around.
Yeah, we can definitely stick around and watch this because a decision needs to be made. This is also move 28, so he doesn't really have a luxury of spending the entirety of the 4 minutes on this one decision.
Yeah, especially if he had 5 minutes, let's say, after queen takes d5. Not that there are many people out there. Like go rook b6.
Yeah. Would have been a very impressive feat of calculation. Yeah, and I mean, that endgame is just so utterly hopeless that I think very, very few people do that to themselves just to, reach the first time control and subject yourself to further punishment.
What's a threat if bishop somewhere? It's probably checkmate.
Now rook f5 probably actually ends the game, right? Because rook h5 is unstoppable. Yeah, if you do like here, I guess g5 bishop. You have bishop g4, right? I thought g5 bishop f3 king h4 queen e5 queen g3 mate, but you do have bishop g4 there, and I'm not sure how I'm solving that. This still seems right. This still seems right. This is confusing, actually. Yeah? Like we know this wins because the engine showed us the bar, but even knowing that, I'm still struggling.
Rook f4.
Yeah,
starting,
I'm trying to calculate rook f4. Yeah, takes. Bishop f3 is a bit of a threat, so bishop g4, h3. Bishop d1. Yeah. I think we've bungled
mate.
Yeah, like where's the perpetual on this thing? Yeah, I'm not sure we have a perpetual anymore. We may have lost it. Queen a5
Queen a5 played.
Correct. Yeah, we endorse this message.
Queen f6 blitzed out.
You have to go to h6 because otherwise you get mated by bishop d5 in the end.
The camera today, it's in sync with our board. Since I guess also 5 minutes too late. Looks like it's at the same time.
Yeah.
And now he shall think.
Yeah, g4 played.
G4 blitzed out. Go.
So if queen d2.
Probably maybe you just win. Won't go slowly in some of these, but where?
Yeah. It's curious because it's definitely one of those situations where the knowledge of the evaluation pollutes your thinking so much that it's impossible to calculate. And it just frustrates you more and more that you can't find the supposed simple solution.
Hans seemed very confident blitzing out G4.
So I think, we're choosing between queen d2 and queen d8 more than anything else. Actually, we didn't.
Rook f5, it's too many checks.
Yeah, I guess we are queen.
Of course, has a check now, we can't do that. Good news is we're always in perpetual, but obviously he doesn't want that.
No.
What was this?
Is it actually always just this? Just queen g3, rook f7? And there aren't enough.
Might do the trick, no?
Yeah, maybe it's just always this. My issue with this position is that after queen d8, I still don't know how I'm giving mate to that stupid king on g5, which is bizarre. But no, I meant actually in the final position we were just discussing. But also here, let's say we go here, king h5. Queen g8 played. Okay, queen g8. I think queen d2 was a bit too brazen. I think the queen very often needs to be on g8, so that's the right choice. Queen g5 played, king h5, the only legal move in the position. Check rook f7 is currently my default solution, but it actually gives black a move. Like you get to that final position with the king on h6 and a rook on f7, and there is no immediate mating threat because queen h3, king g5 is just a check. So maybe we can go like rook f8 here, for instance. I don't know. And I mean, I can definitely imagine queen h3, rook h7 winning. But it's sort of not winning as quickly as I would have liked.
Yeah, it's not super straightforward.
Yeah.
You don't know if computer says +10 or 0-0 from when you...
No, here I think the suspicion is it's completely winning because queen h4 is just such a huge threat and black still has no counterplay. And we haven't actually given up that much material when we're down in exchange. So yeah, it probably is like the default solution, but maybe there's something faster. We'll see. Hans has plenty of time to sort of clean it up in his mind.
Clean it up, Hans. So there you go, explore the city of Sitges today?
Well, that's a bit of an overstatement, but I did. The hotel very kindly offers every guest a rented bike for free. So I actually did an unthinkable thing for me and rented a bike and has been going on rides. And yeah, I got to the downtown.
Well, what's downtown? I haven't been there yet.
It's just a very pleasant kind of seaside Spanish town with
doesn't sound.
tapas places and all kinds of things you would expect. We like tapas, right?
Yeah,
we're in favor of tapas.
Not
as a
sure.
concept.
Spanish people consume as many tapas as we think, but I do love Spanish food.
This is probably not the absolute best region for Pulpa Galega, I guess, but it will be good here as well. Yeah, it will be good everywhere.
You get it in most places. Yeah, I'm obsessed with Pulpa Galega, but probably in Galicia. It's the best region.
Yeah.
Hans goes Queen G7.
Apparently not bad. Apparently a very decent move as well, yeah. Queen h6 is a bit of a threat, so we are supposed to take on g5 with something, I'm pretty sure. I would start by trying to take with the king, because it sidesteps some checks from the h-file. I guess you still get... I mean, king takes h4, and but then queen h6, yeah, okay. Yeah, this we get mated. We know this much, so we go... Oh, we don't actually... Split queen g5, which is also understandable, having queen h6.
Seems like they won't move.
Yeah, so... Is it actually something like... No, rook f3, bishop b6, yeah, can't be. Can it? And then rook g3? I don't know.
Why don't we just take that stupid bishop?
Yeah, let's just pick up some material and go from there. So what's the current threat?
I was hoping takes and bishop f3, but
king g5, and that actually is still not...
Or queen takes. And
game still continues somehow, yeah. Game still... He has gone rook f5 then? He's gone rook f3, which I was suggesting without really much belief. Just to be... Rook f5 takes.
So this doesn't work, yeah.
And then rook f5, queen g7. Whoa! This is so beautiful. This is so beautiful. But yeah, but he's gone in a very different direction. He's gone rook f3 here, a move I mentioned, but I was pretty sure it was wrong. So, queen g5.
Oops, sorry. Here we are. Queen g5,
rook f3. So bishop e6.
No.
I guess rook g3 or something. I don't know. Yeah, bishop e6 played very understandable because stopping rook h3 check does seem like a very serious priority. And
g3 blitzed out.
Yeah, the point being, I guess, that queen h6, queen e5 is made, and the queen just gets picked up, and you are still in a mating net and also not up any material if you have to play queen takes g3. So kind of a beautiful conclusion there by Hans.
Yeah, he spent no time on any of this sequence, no? Like
he spent some,
a bit, but then
basically
he calculated clear.
Yeah, like he realized he will have to have a solution when he was playing queen c6, so he spent some time then. And yeah, he's been playing very quickly since. Bishop g4 chosen by his opponent, and yeah, we assume something like h3 or even bishop f3 maybe is not horrible.
I can't take it.
I thought queen h7, rook h3 wins a bunch of stuff at least.
That's win.
Yeah. Hang on a second. Bishop f3, rook e7. I think bishop f3 is a huge mistake.
Played,
yeah, okay.
By way of check.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that is cute. Yeah. I'm kind of lucking out on all these solutions, yeah. I did not realize that was the threat I created with bishop f3 at all. Like, yeah, then it probably just ends the game because the combination of rook h3 and queen h7 and everything else is just seems unparryable. I guess king h4 if you want to
queen
continue.
e7.
Queen e7.
Rook h3 and queen h6 and a little bit too much. King h4.
Yeah, he played king h4, and yeah, sadly you might have to cash in something prosaic like queen h7, bishop h5, and just take on g5 and win that position, which you will win because you're still like takes, and I don't know, bishop e4, and you continue attacking. Yes, there might be something more Beautiful.
Give us something flashier.
Yeah, like bishop takes g4 maybe. Bishop g4, rook e7. This is the position we were trying to avoid, actually. Because we may have lost the game suddenly again. Unless bishop e6 works or something. No, rook h3 is not a mate.
Not legal.
Not legal, yeah. Not legal. Yeah, that would be a way to go painfully wrong there. Which is why I think it will not happen.
Yeah, it's unlikely, but well, Hans is calculating. Let's check. Jorn, who we can see there in the upper left corner.
Yeah, White somehow managed to avoid losing that exchange to the fork, but Black is still much better because the knight will return to g2 and
we've seen this position and
yeah. I guess you go knight g2 and after rook e1, maybe bishop c8 just actually wins material.
Oh,
Attacking two things at once again. Yeah. And in the meantime, Vasil Ivanchuk, I think, just maybe. I was going to say definitely won't win this, but after rook c4, if you want to go all in, I guess you go rook d8, rook a4, rook d2. But then after rook a8 check, you lose. I mean, lose maybe is a bit strong, but like bishop e8 here. Yeah.
Not
bishop d4. Okay, you still have to be a bit precise, yellow. Maybe you give a check and then go back to c6 and bishop e8 is a bit of a threat. Check f5, bishop c6, and then bishop d4, we go bishop e8 then. And yeah, we shouldn't be losing this with white at the very least.
Didn't happen. Rook d2 played. Also fine, yeah. Forcing the issue.
Yeah.
But actually, white was just never was ready to play f4 here and bring the king. What's the worst thing that could happen?
Yeah, it's honestly, even if you play b3, I think the rook never actually gets to a7 because
our screen wants to shut off in 1 minute. No.
Oh, very, very unpleasant.
All of power. What does that mean?
Yeah, these modern TVs, they want to be too clever. They want to, ration your screen time. If you're not touching any
fall
buttons,
asleep binging Netflix doesn't mean you have the right to shut yourself.
Yeah. This is clearly the way to singularity, and we must oppose it.
My TV just asks me, are you still watching every 6 hours?
Every 6 hours.
Say yes. What's your problem, TV? And then we go from there. But I don't think it would dare to switch itself off. f4 on the board, rook d8 played. Yeah, I don't think Ivanchuk is winning that one. But it was just a normal game. What can you do? Take some b3 if you want already.
Yeah, but just do that. Yeah, just do that, and
should be a draw. Good job by Theodora. Just kept control.
Anton Demchenko actually delivered mate on the board in his game.
Can we? Is a route to the other participants if we just cover the Demchenko game every round?
I wouldn't mind. I think that would be
Demchenko, Sunway Sitges International. Nicely done.
Yeah.
So that leaves us with young Niemann. He's still only 19 years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here is in deep thought.
Yeah. Well, his opponent supposedly made the king h4 move with 1 second on the clock. So
yeah, that's frustrating.
Yeah, we actually on the topic of frustrations and 1 second left on the clock. We during dinner yesterday we had a conversation with Jules Moussard, who shared with us the intense frustration he felt.
When the opponent played well,
yeah. First of all, he played well, and then he refused to lose on time, despite making like 7 moves in a row with 1 second on the clock. Yeah, which Jules said that he got so tilted that he just flat out refused to entertain the idea of being objective and claiming draws in poor positions and things of that nature.
I don't know. I think being down to 1 second might have happened afterwards. Should rejected a bunch of draws. Maybe. was a combination. But he wasn't punished in the end. It was a draw. Exciting game, which means the French star, French champion, is not on the live boards today, but I expect him to make it.
He'll come back, yeah. He'll definitely come back eventually.
Dwayne Jones keeps being a presence on the live boards, but is he going to win this game? Maybe there's not enough to work with, no?
Yeah, it looks like he's exerting some pressure, but in fact, you can't really take on d4 because it just makes Black's life easier by swapping d4 and c5. If you eventually play a3 and d4, you forcefully trade one of the quote-unquote weaknesses on a5, which is not something you are particularly excited about, I would suspect.
Yeah. We'll just sit and counterattack against b8.
Yeah, feels quite comfortable here.
It feels like Akbash should not lose. You can think about rook e2, which maybe.
I think this is actually something that Gwen is trying to kind of dangle as a bit of a carrot here, just inviting his young opponent to calculate something like this, which honestly also looks like it should be a draw. Should be a draw. Maybe King G3 is not what's intended, but if not, what is intended? Yeah, let's take everything and find a reply to Rook D6. Rook A3, I guess. Yeah, we're just not supposed to be losing this with Black.
King F7.
King F7 followed by Rook A3 is yeah, even stronger. Making sure our king doesn't get cut off on the back rank. Yeah, it should be just completely fine.
And we're slowly but surely approaching. Oh, we're no longer blue. Ugh, I don't like it. Switch it back. Kidding.
Yeah,
hi everybody.
We've been unblued.
Oof. I have to adjust to this new reality.
Very harsh, unforgiving light of day.
Do you enjoy the Blue Man Group?
I've never been a particular follower of their, however.
I don't think I'm a big fan. I think I've seen a show in Vegas once, as you do, but it didn't do it for me. They're all blue. They look at each other, make weird faces I didn't get. Yeah. What is this?
I was trying to figure out if Rook E6, Queen G3, Rook E7 is winning, but I don't think it is. It's a fun way to play, but it doesn't work. It's a little bit too adventurous. And if that doesn't work, then maybe White doesn't have an immediate way to just end the game, which is a bit regrettable from Morley's perspective, but he's still better.
Chat, 1 for switch it back to blue, 2 for leave it like it is. Let's get some feedback.
Yes. Very important. Vox Populi.
Somehow I'm very good at predicting the result of these Vox Populi polls.
This actually allows Rook takes e2, but we could have played a very boring knight takes g3.
I'm just making.
Yeah. So far we have 2 votes. 1 vote for back to blue and 1 vote for stay as is. Very inconclusive chat. And also I have to say I expected more enthusiasm out of you. We're giving you an ownership stake in a very important decision regarding the direction this vitally important stream is going to go in for perhaps the rest of the tournament. And this is the amount of reaction we get.
It's like 80% of the viewers chiming in and you're still complaining.
Yes.
I'm good at math.
Yes. That is exactly what it is, yeah.
All right, is this game still going?
Somehow it is, but probably not much longer, yeah. It's hard to imagine. Yeah. If Black wanted to pretend, Vasil could play b3, a3, and then, hope against hope that the king... because b3 was very cleverly done by Theodora. Yeah, Theodora says no b3, a3 for you. Yeah, and now with those pawns gone, like you can remove the A2 pawn from the board or the B5 pawn from the board. You're still not losing. Probably not
Remove
both though.
those.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
might lose.
Yeah, if you both, probably you'll advised.
G4 doesn't matter at all what you do, but it's also usually good defensive technique. You're not worse, so why would you need to defend? But if you want to make a draw, G4 F5 is not a bad way to go about it.
Yeah, then you just put a bishop on B3 and kind of follow the trajectory of the black king so it doesn't get behind or below.
Obviously, you don't have to go F5 in games. Well, it's not like you have a losing no matter what you do.
Yeah.
Jordan van Foreest, the young Dutchman from Groningen, did not win the exchange. We've seen this, but we were wondering if he could win a piece. And it looks like he's tried to do just that. It wasn't quite a piece because the bishop could counterattack against the rook, but he still emerges with a fairly significant advantage of 2 pieces versus the rook.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what the cleanest solution here is, but they all look.
The bishop is a little awkward potentially, so you have to be a bit careful not to do something like this, I would guess.
Yeah, I think the knight on d2 is just a very strong piece, so we don't actually need to be trading it for anything. I'm taking the king maybe, just to keep the bishop on h6 controlling the knight, and if bishop c6 happens, I play queen f6 and go from there.
Yeah,
but I'm pretty sure it's difficult to spoil. Like bishop takes f8 is probably not a mistake. Even queen f8 is probably not a mistake. It's just a matter of taste.
Are we still slightly reddish, by the way? I feel we're still a bit red.
That's
shirt is white. Looks
that's
pink.
the excitement, I think.
Oh yeah.
We are.
Things are really heating up in the second round of the Sitges International Chess Festival, where one of the favorites, Vasily Ivanchuk, is being held to a draw by Theodora Injec. Demchenko, on the other hand, is not being stopped.
Is not being
by
held
anybody.
to a draw today, yeah.
Those are the events we have so far witnessed on our live boards. And we also have the game by Hans Niemann, who was looking to start a vicious attack against the opponent's king. And his opponent defended well enough not to lose the house and not to get checkmated, but he's still in trouble.
Yeah, I think the rooks are going to struggle to get connected properly here, and the king is too unsafe. So
these queens on an open board, they're pretty good at hunting pawns and stuff.
You can still sort of imagine how this ends up not being won by white. If, I don't know, let's say you imagine some kind of a scenario where white picks up a6 and b5 with checks, but it costs white the pawn on d2, and then the rook become active. And
yeah, once that happens.
Yeah. King g5 also hasn't been played yet, which I think would kind of hint at some tactical problems we're currently not seeing. Yeah, king g4. I'll just run towards d3 and...
it's move 40. He still needs to make a move. Yeah? So after move 40, the players get, what is it, half an hour extra? Then you can spend some time. But
yeah, I'm sort of not against the idea of king e4, king d3, honestly. Just try to create some immediate counterplay, and you have to accept that you are going to lose. So, no, king e4, queen g6 check, though, is very strong because it stops you running towards the good square. Yeah, and king f3, queen g2 is a very beautiful way to get mated in the almost in the center of the board.
By in the center, you mean very close to the corner.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Jordan, in the meantime, actually did the thing that you were sort of warning against.
I'd still be winning, but I allow this.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing. Yeah, like I thought leaving the knight on d2 was extremely logical because I guess. Yeah, I should still win. Yeah,
he has faith in the power of the two bishops. Yeah. King g5 played. That means black made the time control there. Hans has all the time in the world anyway. But he's sitting there, keep thinking.
Yeah.
Ivanchuk looks, I guess, not happy, but he's still continuing the game.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if he actually thinks there is a possibility he wins this, or he just wants to play it out until there's nothing left.
Yeah, Theodore did go F5.
Yeah, a very solid decision as well. Then why not?
Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with anything. Next move, I can take B6. Just chill.
Yeah, or E5 should be 3, and then King E4, and you're also entirely safe. Yeah,
good free move.
Or any move. Yeah. Both really is no longer very difficult at all. Some tactical stuff going on in the Alexeyenko game. Let's take a look at that for a second. Yeah, Black just played E6, E5 here, which is a very, very interesting committal decision.
Rook E5, Knight G6.
Rook E7, though. And then, like, I would be extremely scared. Like, this is kind of confusing because for Rook BD7 and then take on F7, like, you need to have something immediate. Maybe Queen B2 here, hold or something.
Yeah.
Queen B2, Bishop F7 is a bit strong, yeah. Definitely doesn't hold. Okay, and Vasil's game has actually now ended in a draw after 5. Rook E5 played by Kirill. What are we missing? Knight G6 played. Yeah, looks like Black is just for some reason happy to go for that exact position, which to my eyes looks like it should be lost. What are we missing here? If you cannot attack the F2 pawn, you will allow Rook takes F7, then you will get mated. So yeah, it's very mystifying. Knight E6 looks horrible.
Looks terrible.
Yeah.
Bishop E6.
Yeah, I guess it's just one of those cases where the less experienced player just kind of panics and decides to calculate their way out of a slightly unpleasant position and just makes a mistake somewhere in the calculations and loses. Don't really see how this is salvageable.
No. I think I need to salvage the engine part, which seems to be frozen, so we'll need to do a little restarting of the program. No, let's wait here. Let's just wait. The second knight takes F4, Rook T7, but I have doubts that this position is equal.
Yeah, I'm struggling to find any way to really even continue for the next 3 moves. Yeah. Is there any particular player we want to have down for an interview, apart from obviously Demchenko, where we could discuss the potential?
They're all very welcome. Who of your close personal friends is here? Yeah, we need to go on break briefly, and then we can try to figure out, because I need to restart the thingy here. Thanks for watching. We'll be back soon with more exciting time travel drama. See you then.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sielecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see. I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. And so much happiness.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill. Phew!
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John's spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book.
Come on, John. Stop trying to spend time setting up the board, figuring out what position on the screen. Use Chessable. Hans Niemann is trying to finish this game off.
It will actually require some work now, yeah.
Or struggling is strong, but apparently the way to go, according to computers, was to play bishop c6.
Or bishop e4, yeah. Basically just keep the bishop on h5, yeah, not trade it.
You somehow win slowly because the bishop is weaker. Then the white bishop. But the position he has on the board now after king f2, I mean, white is better because the queen is so active.
Yeah.
But not that much.
Yeah, I like king f2 because I think bringing the king over to e2 is a very nice way to, first of all, support your structure a little bit and also get it out of the potential checks on the open files on the king side. But yeah, if black plays well, which is not a given, it's still a difficult position to defend. But let's put it like this. I'm not sure you're winning this position against a strong computer.
Obviously you're not, but two strong humans play this.
Yeah, it's become a bit of a toss-up. Yeah, you can definitely imagine this not...
as we say, this rook a8 is played, which apparently is losing directly.
Yeah, because now queen f7 and h4 somehow wins. Let's try to at least figure out why this is made. Like, why can't I take on h4 here? I'm actually trying to calculate it and not succeeding.
Queen f6,
king g4. Yeah, just queen g6, queen g3. That should have been possible. Yeah, I just missed queen g6 altogether here. Yeah, and that should conclude the game because if you cannot play king takes h4, you just start losing important pawns with checks and the position collapses. It was always going to be very challenging for Hans's opponent to play precisely here because
white has all the tricks. Like us to make sure none of them work.
And the beautiful line here is actually king e4, king e2. This I like. And there is no stopping d3 or queen f3.
And h4 check on the board.
Yeah, Hans was actually preparing this tactic, and now he will win quite comfortably. And here, the engine even does a little bit of casual sadism here, going king e2 before going to collect the pawn on h5 with checks. Yeah, just completely and utterly lost.
Once gets up, he knows the hard work is done. With a smirk there. Let's see.
Yeah.
How Yesipenko is doing.
Today there will not be as many upsets as we may have suspected, but there definitely will be some. Yesipenko is just not better. This is exactly the setup I was talking about. Put the knight on d4 so that knight f5 is no longer a threat. And then you play f6 and you double, treble, and you have the one weakness, but it's very well covered. You have a very beautiful knight on d4. Shuffling has been going on in this game for a while, but I just don't see how you make any improvements. The Eltash Safarli game, his opponent actually went for a very concrete way of holding this position where,
good enough.
Black actually did create an outside passer on the h file, but in response, Mohapatra just gave up an exchange on the b7 square to create a passer on the a file and is just very comfortably drawing this. Even
this was a knight, you could get some ideas with the bishop.
Yeah, the bishop
be in time to sacrifice itself for the
h4. has way too many squares to try to drive it away from the h4 square. So very comfortably held by Mohapatra in the end. We were both, I think, somewhat critical of his decision to try to beg for a draw in a position where he wasn't even remotely worse. But if he does make a draw, it's fine. Doing that and losing is, I think, the thing that has to be avoided.
That's doing this results-oriented thinking.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You won't feel bad about it.
In the meantime, in an all-Indian clash, Aryan Chopra is playing a very nice positional game, which we've been sort of solidly ignoring for the entire show against Divya Deshmukh. And these knights are a joy to behold, and eventually things will start collapsing. In fact, you can already take on a6. I think allowing queen b2 check is a bit iffy because Like, why would you? But also you are threatening mate on the other side with queen c8, knight g5. So
looks actually doable. And you can see there are no more checks, and it's our turn.
Yeah, so this should probably be a reasonably comfortable victory for Chopra. Morally Karthikeyan is now, I think, back to being completely winning. Yeah, pretty much.
The material balance? He's not winning on material, but
not yet.
Mate.
Like, apparently, rook back on the e-file is mate in 10. But yeah, you just play rook takes f5 here. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, the engine does suggest that something like rook e2 is a quicker forced mate, which
also makes a lot of sense because the bishop can't move, and this check is going to be unpleasant.
Yeah, queen g7 is a bit of a threat. Yeah,
engine says best move is queen takes h2 check here,
which is an indication of how things are going for black for sure. Yeah. And this is actually kind of cute because instead of queen h2, I thought, okay, why not just like give up the rook on e8 and run bishop d6, for instance, queen h8 check.
Oh,
which is kind of
that's
cute.
a rare.
Yeah, I mean, rook e8 obviously wins, but this is kind of quicker, which is why I wanted to show it to the viewers.
That'd be pleasant. And yeah, he's played rook e1.
Yeah, nicely done by Morley, and he was always pretty much in control in this game, and Beloslava defended well for a while, but then things went off the rails again. Gwaine is trying to push, but black has established a lot of counterplay, and yeah, the way to play for a win here is to take on a5, but then there's this passer which is quite strong.
Not winning this.
Yeah, in fact, rook e8 is the only move that doesn't lose with white here. Yeah, and then, I mean, if rook c2 is the only thing you can do, then maybe you can try with white, because the king doesn't actually get to the g2 pawn. Yeah, but you're also not winning.
No, but still here, yeah. At least it's white playing for a win. No, he's going to try this.
Yeah, he does need to establish in his mind that he's not worse. Because yeah, you do run some risks. I guess rook a5, d3, rook a8, you can play like king d7 and just not let the rook get to d8 at all. I think that maybe. No, this is a blunder rook a4. Yeah. Okay, let's not do that then. Yeah,
rook just has enough squares on the file. Okay, he can still try it, but it looks unlikely.
Yeah. As expected, the e5 knight g6 tactical operation did not work out for Valenzuela Gomez here against
that was a bit of suicide.
Yeah, and in fact, black was just completely fine at that moment.
Yeah,
the engines yeah, just make some kind of a normal move.
You get excited when you see the trick, but yet to see. One step further, and here it's just brilliant.
Yeah, you can't, like, the bishop on b3 was doing nothing at all, and you gave it this beautiful diagonal, which is generally never going to work out. Jordan's game has become a bit sharp because the bishop on f8 is
all under control.
Yeah, but
he can always check his way back too.
Yeah, and the engine very pointedly actually wins the pawns on b2 and a3 with checks, and that also protects the bishop on f8. Yeah. Just queen d3 and
king h7, which is
and this is mate. Yeah, queen e3 is this sort of mate. Yeah.
This is tough, but can we just go him?
Yeah, we
that's the big deal. No, king g7. Eventually, something's gonna give.
Yeah, no, of course it's winning. It's just a question of just how quickly can you convert. UNG did win his rouser very comfortably. The final position is kind of picturesque. Yeah, the material is still equal actually, but it feels like black has like twice as many pieces on the board somehow.
It didn't go well.
Yeah, that despite a very scary name and pedigree and age, Nikola kind of ended up.
Yeah, he was outplayed today.
Outplayed, yeah.
It also shows the class, I'm assuming. He doesn't play the rouser every day, but still, he understands perfectly well what to do. Made it look easy.
Yeah. So what else do we have? In terms of favorites dropping points, Andrei Yasipenko is... Well, he will continue playing. He has just played rook f1, h1, sort of intimating that he will play king g1 and then h4 and then
so the Niemann game we think is over here with his pawn dropping. All right.
I mean, Vasilovanchuk has already made a draw. Eltaj Safarli will also make a draw. So far, none of the favorites are looking like losing at all.
No.
Yeah, Gawain did take on a5 and play rook a8.
What's going on here? This doesn't look exactly winning for black either.
No, yeah, seems to just be completely fine for white, in fact, because e5 is hanging, and if king f6, you have rook f1, rook f5 is a very respectable source of counterplay. So, yeah, probably ends in a draw very soon. Yeah. Nicely done by David Fitzsimmons. This is the Karen Grigorian game against Jayaprakash Navin, in which black is, I guess, still pushing, but I think precise defense probably holds this, but I'm not sure how easy it is.
You lose this?
Yeah. I think in practical terms, he has a stronger player. If it's the stronger player on the black side of this, you probably win. It doesn't really matter what the engine says.
Okay, let's watch this rook ending. Are they at move 40? No.
38, yeah.
Some intrigue.
Very close.
Rook b2. Yeah, I guess we'll just get this rook d8, d2, and white will try to get 4 versus 3.
Yeah, you play 4.
I mean, this is
even rook b3 is a draw, but yeah, you shouldn't be.
You
shouldn't be doing this. Yeah, at least not immediately. You should probably try to maximize your play on the other flank. It's interesting that the engine actually prefers, I mean, it doesn't mind anything, but it sort of seems to prefer h5, which is...
What does it switch to? Now it takes.
Yeah, because on the 5th, it actually gets picked up. Yeah,
up the pawn. So it's arguing white just can't do anything. Yeah, king f4, then we take.
Yeah.
It's a very concrete solution, as usual.
Shockingly, it appears to be a Zugzwang of sorts. Yeah, you can shuffle on the d file, and black probably also just shuffles in response, like goes king e5, king e6 forever. Yeah, the way engines just play these endgames is very instructive, but also very difficult to repeat. If you try to repeat it, it just refuses to make mistakes. Finds all these little tactical patterns, which
in general, even without h5, this pattern seems important. You can let the a pawn run, then at the right moment, just pick it up.
Yeah, just don't do it while it's still on e4. The important bit here is to wait until it at least crosses the 5th, and then you can more or less take on b3 at any point. Yeah, nicely defended by the Turkish youngster if he doesn't make mistakes out from here.
Sure. What's the score? Argentina, Croatia?
You actually want to know?
I do want to know.
That constitutes slight spoilers, right?
It constitutes giving the score.
0-0, which I'm sure was a massive favorite at this stage in the game.
Okay, Mr. Niemann. No, this is just hopeless here. The h-pawn will come, and then the king can do stuff. The queen can pick up more pawns. I've had endgames like this. They're surprisingly easy to win for the queen. The rooks will be busy defending against the h-pawn, and then you do other stuff they can't activate.
Yeah. If you could, let's say, if that pawn that is currently on b5 was on b7 and somehow already protected, those become tricky. But the way the structure is, like the rook on a8 is extremely passive and forever tied to the pawn on a6. And if you give up the pawn on a6, it probably immediately results in the b5 pawn falling as well. So yeah, it's just not winnable. Sorry, not holding, not even like
tempo.
Yeah.
I'm feeling this game will last 8 hours. And just so you know, Andrei, we're not keeping you company. We're watching that second half. You did this to yourself. You could have played d4.
Yeah, in particular here, the engine was very much in favor of going d4, specifically so that the knight doesn't land there. It's just that you're not trying to win it back. You're just making sure that you play knight b5, and then we play knight g3, and our knight actually lands on f5. It's quite remarkable how strong this approaches according to the
It's
machine.
not obvious, is it?
No.
It's not obvious to me.
No. But yeah, the difference apparently is just night and day. Despite this being a healthy pawn up, which, as I mentioned, White will not be trying to win back. White is just ignoring the fact that there is now a passer on d4 in this position. Just goes rook f2, rook f1, and says, as long as this knight is on b5 and not participating in the defense, we will actually break through somewhere.
Yeah, he didn't do that, understandably. And now it's shuffle season. Yeah, the stronger player will try to win this forever, but maybe he won't succeed. It's not that Black's defense is very tough, or there are any pawn breaks to keep an eye on.
I mean, he, as I said, he sort of hinted at king g1, h4. Black played queen d7, saying, like pushing h4 will become difficult for you, sir, because that will probably drop the pawn on g4 immediately, and that is probably not something you want. And we've already had a bunch of moves where everybody was trying to. White was trying to pretend they have pressure against the pawn f6, and Black was saying, no, I have enough pieces that protect it.
Okay, so it's not that exciting position. We keep an eye on it if something develops. I was curious in the Gawain game. Now, it's still fine. If g5,
I was a bit worried about
lifelines.
Yeah, because you normally don't want to give White this this additional weakness to play against.
Black White still can't move anything.
Yeah, but now you can maybe, like in the same position, you go a5, rook b3, rook a3, and you go like rook b2, rook b7. And at least there is a question. Because you have to give up the pawn on h7, but you're still, of course, holding this reasonably comfortably.
That's not here, ideally.
Yeah. No, but the interesting one, if we continue this line, would be fg, rook takes h6 check first. Or a few moves back.
You're forcing.
Yeah, I'm winning what looked to me like an important tempo, but still the king gets to 4. And...
yeah, but over the board, like these things get lost all the time. In g5, h5, it's just not very clean because you give White something to work with after this whole sequence happened.
And this is why h5 seemed like an easier solution, because it wasn't giving White those types of resources at all, but should still be okay for Umotata.
Did we make the time control everywhere? Let's check. Here we're way past it. Here it's moved 38, but it's moving back and forth. This move 41. This move 43. This probably moves 60. No, it's 38 actually. Get this position quickly.
Yeah. This is
White is so winning. There's not much to talk about. Like back.
Yeah, I wouldn't be trading that knight on e7, but even if you do trade that knight on e7, you still win. It doesn't really change very much in the assessment, but it's a very ugly piece, and it doesn't feel like trading any of our beautiful stallions is worth it. How is
Dmitry winning?
Not according to the machine. Machine says just take h5 is fine. It looks a bit iffy because you probably have to give up the pawn on f7 at some point, but there's going to be so much trading going on that you just hold this.
Yeah. That's all we got. So where do we go?
Okay, so some material has already been shed here by Hans's opponent, but it doesn't really make your life easier. White can just play, I don't know, a2, a4, and the rook on a8 continues being stuck to the protection of the rest of the queen side. So,
we're getting company.
Yeah, that game was fun. So I'm very grateful to our future guest for showing up and
he's dressing up. Well, what is he doing there?
I wasn't sure.
We're welcoming Adiban, who played a nice game today. How are you, sir?
Yeah, thanks.
How did it last this long?
Sorry?
How did it last this long?
Yeah, no, I feel like a complete idiot, like because it should have been over like 2 hours back. Yeah, okay.
think we should all move. Yeah, scooch. Scooch to be on camera.
Yeah,
we are.
I don't.
So Queen f6 is the way to go.
Yeah, no, I was just I looked at Setu's course and so I thought I will have a. He recommends this, yeah. So also it's so funny. Like I asked, like, how can you do this? You do a course and then you do another course, like making fun of your previous course, yeah.
At some point you have to space your own courses. Yeah. You should do a repertoire against 1b3.
Yeah. I should do, yeah, because like people are doing this against me and I'm losing actually. I just don't know what to, I just don't know. Like Duda did this in Banter Blitz finale and I lost like 2 games there. So,
that's not great, yeah.
I take it personally when someone plays B3.
If you're sick of all the theory and you need a wide repertoire, it's easy to learn.
Yeah,
check out Alibama's 1b3 course.
And also, I just keep joking, like, it's always going to be a joke, so people will now prepare seriously against it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so
you're wasting everybody's time and they're sitting in their hotel room like D3, D5, D5.
Yeah, Arjun was once telling me that he actually prepared for 1 hour against B3. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I want. Yeah, my opponent to prepare for B3 in a classical game, but with the hope that I might just do it someday.
But you have to play it like every
you have to keep the flame alive. Do it randomly, like 3 times a year. Yeah, but as for today, yeah, Queen B3, like we first time we saw your game was here, where your opponent like spent, I think, like 45 minutes in this position.
Long.
Yeah, no, he actually plays Bishop C5 Knight B3 system. Yeah, so he was completely new. Like after Knight C6, he didn't like he was not ready for this Bishop E3 or Knight C6 system. So he had no clue anything.
And that's why you want to play Queen F6. Because if they play Knight C6 or Bishop B3, you're not
it doesn't make any sense. But if they are going only Knight B3, then Queen F6 is very interesting.
Yeah, but then after Queen G6, I think.
Yeah, I was very surprised with Queen E2. I thought he would just play F3 without thinking, yeah, like just and then. But yeah, Queen E2, yeah, so now suddenly it started to become like, okay, I had no idea what to do here, so I just, I6 looks natural, so.
Looked like you got a grip.
Yeah, actually, it was so funny, like E takes B5, I was calculating Knight B4 for a while. But then at least I can even take like Knight D5. Yeah, it doesn't.
There are no jumps. Yeah, there's just nothing to worry about.
Nothing,
you save the pawn, so there's no takes 8-7 check.
Yeah. No, it's just such a dream position by move 8. Yeah, this whole sequence of Queen E2 followed by F3 followed by Bishop B3 is just not the way to go. And yeah, the part we really enjoyed was when you took on A2. We were like very much enjoying the way where like it's obviously the best move in the position, but also like it's the feeling of just like I'm winning, I'm giving mate in the center and everything, but I will also pick up this pawn because it's there, and why wouldn't I? You know?
Yeah, no, here it was like after Rook B1, I don't know, for some reason I started to get very tempted by this E3, Knight F3, Bishop B4 check. Yeah, that's why I took. Otherwise, I would have just played. The whole point that he cannot play C3. Yeah, so I wanted to somehow use this Rook on B1, but it was not at all necessary. So it was like a very weird. Like I wanted like a forcing finish, but it was like I have to go Knight B4 again. Yeah, that's what it. No, without even taking.
Even without
taking, I still have. No, also my opponent was telling like even Rook B8, like, and just it's over, yeah, because there's nothing. He doesn't have the time, of course, to take on B8 and then do whatever you want, yeah. But it was like I just could not move the Rook, yeah, because it's like so. I was like, okay, how can I move the Rook, in such a position? So
yeah.
So Knight B4, just Knight B4, Rook C1, and now anything. Just like
now it actually says Rook B8, unfortunately, but
Rook B8, yeah.
But you don't have to, obviously. Like everything else also wins, but
takes Knight B5 like anything. Yeah. No, then suddenly like I completely missed Queen C4, and it was so stupid. I kind of completely forgot about this move. I was expecting like Knight A8, and I wanted to play Knight B5 and with full control, but then suddenly like I have to play the same game. Yeah, knight d5 I wanted, and okay, I just thought it's just like bishop h4, bishop b4, rook e8, yeah, everything was coming. But then after queen c4, I just got a shock. I'm like, okay, wait, what? Now I have to exchange the queen, and then it is hanging. So then I like, okay, and now I was like, okay, cool down and just find the right way.
Seems like your position is good enough. You can
Yeah,
just,
you
just
can
go back.
do something like anything.
This is okay.
Yeah, so
It's
Yeah, but it's like kind of a little bit slow. Yeah, that's what I got confused. Yeah, like so rook just bishop e6 and I have to do it slowly. Yeah, it's like a long term thing. I was looking for an immediate finish. Maybe that was my mistake actually. Like just,
you ended up having to play some endgame, which was also obviously very good. But,
but it was like I was really disappointed that I have to play the same game actually. Yeah, I wanted to do something else, but okay. I just thought okay,
where you were winning all the way, it's just cost you some time. But
Just I had to just find the way without allowing any hopes. Yeah.
So things, have you been in Spain for a while, or did you just come for the Sitges?
Just for Sitges actually.
So you weren't playing the earlier events because there were some strong tournaments.
No, actually I didn't plan it well, so I was hoping to play another tournament, but then decided not to. So then like it was just Sitges, and then from here I will go to World Rapid and Blitz. So you guys will be there?
Nope.
No, I thought you were going.
I changed my mind.
Okay.
No, I'll be doing commentary, but not from there, I think.
Okay, I will go back to your place.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it sounds like a nice trip. I've never been to Almaty. What's your specialty, Blitz or Rapid?
Yeah, actually, I'm not so good at both nowadays, so I want to become better. Because in World Cup, every time I'm just losing in the tie breaks. Actually, it's been a while since I lost in a classic. Like I did lose in classical, but then I won the next game. So like I am like I don't know, from 2013, it's always been like tie breaks. Yeah. So like any tips like as one of the previous winners, like what would you say to me? Like how do you get better at this tie breaks?
I don't have a magic bullet. I've never really trained specifically for tie breaks. I've always sort of enjoyed the shorter time controls, and as I grow older, I actually kind of like it more and more, which is not something I expected because I remember actually kind of it's so weird to me now, but I used to be a very serious like classical chess purist.
Exactly.
I used to feel that classical chess is by far my favorite and like the best thing in the world, and everything else is far less serious. And these days it's very difficult to force myself to play classical, and I will play Rapid and Blitz. Like I'm not playing this year, but that's for like stupid / personal reasons. But
but why did this change happen? Like any ideas?
I guess in my case it just feels less like work and more like joy. Classical these days, if you want to play it well, it does involve a lot of work. And,
nowadays, it's like so much work.
And also Peter's secret for tie breaks is he's a pessimist, so he always thinks he's going to lose. Therefore, there's no pressure. Because if he's losing, you think it's completely normal. You don't think, this tie break, I have to do this and that. You just think, okay, I'm losing anyway. Goes there, and he thinks he's going to lose the next one.
That is very wrong. Yeah, that is.
Because also like you, like I was just never taking this tie break seriously because I was like classical is the way, like I will not focus on Blitz and Rapid is just for fun. I will not take it seriously. But now you see that it has become almost mainstream. Like even World Championship is decided by tie break. So now it has become a serious thing. So now I'm slowly like, okay, no, I have to play well in shorter time controls. So I'm like,
also all these online courses you go to Rapid and
like so many,
so much to play. So are you still primarily a player? Are you an author? What do you do? A coach? Like
no. I think player and author. Only strictly Chessable. Because I think it's like a great platform, and I just love to make Chessable courses. But now I just want to take a little bit break because it's just so much work, and now that the tournaments are back, I just thought it was a good thing to do when the pandemic was there. But now that the tournaments have started, whenever I find the time, I'll try to do more courses, and it's the plan.
So you did a whole e4 repertoire, yes?
Yeah,
People don't
E4.
want to play b3.
Like every once in a while, I run into someone who says like, "Wait, you released a course on E4?" Because like I went completely all out with the promotions on B3. Now E4, I'm just not at all promoting. Like I'm like, okay, it's there, guys. If you want to buy it, something like this. Yeah, it's like I want to do. It's like you should not do the same thing, right? Like over promotion. So I'm like, okay, B3, I will always promote, but E4, I'm never gonna promote something like this. So even like my roommate, Arun Chidambaram, he had no idea that I released a course on E4. Yeah, I was like, it's been a year, yeah, since I did it. But B3, everyone knew, yeah.
We were very aware, yeah.
It was hard to escape.
Yeah, you really needed to live under a very large rock to
and also, I kind of used myself as the scapegoat. Yeah, like I was playing constantly and just promoting my course because at some point, unless nobody's going to play it, unless I play it myself. But now I think the movement has started. Yeah, so now everyone is playing, so it's like a good thing.
What you should do is you should now, whenever somebody plays a beautiful game in 1e4, whether it's anything to do with your course or not, you should just like take credit immediately.
Yeah.
You have the 1e4 guy.
Switch the focus to 1e4 and like just
hashtag
1e4. That's I think the way to go.
So check them out on Chessable, especially if you're tired of waiting for Anish to ever finish his E4 course. Yeah, with all in one in the Adi Bank course. Then if you want to see, but your course after mine, so you probably refuted my E4, E5 course, how to neutralize one E4. You can check my E4, E5 course. And you're all set with both colors.
Yeah,
that's the plan, guys. At some point I want to do a course like refuting all the Chessable courses. This will be my course, yeah. Because I mean, we created this, so we have to show them a way also, yeah. Because nowadays anyone can just follow this course and it's like a very good analysis. Yeah.
Also, chess became so much harder, frankly, because you play anybody in an open tournament, and they've all watched the courses. They have a very solid repertoire. Like big ideas everywhere. Like in the days you just show up, you play your stuff, they don't know what to do.
Yeah, exactly. Like you have to now refute all the Chessable courses, before you play a game. Yeah, it's like so hard.
Too much work.
Yeah, too much work. Yeah.
Stop it. Yeah, stop being so wildly successful, Chessable. Come on.
Yeah.
All right. Hans is winning. What are you up to? You watching soccer?
No, not really. Yes, I think someone not into soccer or cricket. It's always like only being
blasphemy.
Huh?
Blasphemy.
You're into cricket, right? Yeah, a lot. Yeah, it's a pity. Yeah, like the World Cup didn't go as per plan, but okay. Immediately after it, we started to play some other.
There's absolutely non-stop stuff going on. Yeah.
Do you watch the IPL?
A bit, yeah. I used to not really care at all, but these days I follow it a bit. Yeah.
Okay.
I've. It's also sort of the same as with chess. Like I began by completely dismissing T20 as a format because I can actually still watch all 5 days of a test match without.
Okay.
Yeah, like I will still watch tests, but I have now, in particular, because I've read some people who sort of explained how you can approach T20 from a statistical viewpoint and like how to think about T20 in a more scientific way, and I've become more interested in the format through that. So
that's something I never do. You don't mention cricket. Anyway, go ahead.
No, I'm done. Yeah, but basically, yeah, like just as with chess, I am now actually kind of enjoying the blitz of cricket much more than I used to when it appeared. It's a very fresh format. It's been around for like, I don't know, 15 years.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Phileas Mathieu is playing this for a win now?
No, this question was so like white was so much better, right? In opening, like
at some point, yeah.
Once the bishop was exchanged, I was like, okay, who is going to
protect good, but here he took on G7, which we thought was shocking.
Yeah, like G7,
then like this.
Bring the next knight.
Like more knights.
The whole point of allowing bishop b3 was this. Yeah, I thought you were fighting against maybe some knight h5. I don't know.
Yeah, the problem was here if knight 2, knight h5.
Knight h5.
Yeah, but the engine says knight g3 of g is much better. Which
but maybe you can also insist, right, with g4.
Yeah, or g4, knight g3, knight f5. Like you can do.
I mean, like okay, then you just like then take the knight at some point and just play this.
Yeah. No, but knight g7 was a surprise. Yeah, we were both kind of not on board with this. And he was better later, but it was a very, very concrete.
Also,
computer.
like why to take this bishop? Yeah, because the bishop is not at all
Not a
good.
bishop,
Yeah, it's not a bishop. Yeah, it's like a pawn. It would have been better to have a pawn there. Yeah.
No, but now okay, looks like black is pushing knight e6, knight f4.
Yeah, it looks.
We get some
Also,
trick.
the pawn structure is now in his favor. Yeah.
Before a little bit weak.
Mhm.
Anyway, we should let you go. Thank you so much for joining.
Yeah, thanks
Check
for
out
stopping
Taliban
by.
Forces and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, and thanks for inviting me. And like you are my favorite duo.
Thank you.
It's always good to be here. Yeah,
Come back anytime.
Yeah, sure.
In the meantime, Argentina is 1-0 up in the World Cup
Wow.
semifinal.
Mhm.
And apart from this one, is there anything that absolutely kind of jumps out as interesting, potentially upsetting, and/or I don't know how to end that sentence. How winning?
Like, we should briefly go through results. We have some results. I was waiting for Hans to wrap it up, but he still needs to wait because his pawns are stopped, and like he needs to bring another one.
Yeah, he'll start running with the central pair, and that's where the game ends. Yeah.
Jordan has won his game, no surprise there. He actually found the flashy
Yeah, he
finish.
found the
These
king
kids,
H2.
they calculate.
Yeah, very nicely done by Jordan. So the Yesipenko game could go on for forever. Yeah, this is just king a2, king queen e6. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate for white. And you get mated. Yeah. So Yesipenko game is now like the engines start actually preferring black, but it could still go for hours and hours. This did end in a draw. Yeah, and exactly the one the draw that we were describing.
Yeah, Tash also had to accept the inevitable, make a draw. So we're basically waiting for Hans to win and for the Yesipenko game to find whatever result.
Yeah, it's an interesting option to push h5 because it also gives the knight on e3 the g4 square, which is a decent square, but the machine doesn't seem to mind at all.
I suggest we go on one last break. Then when we come back, we see if Mr. Yesipenko found a way to change his fortunes.
Yeah.
Then we go watch the second half of the Argentina match. Thank you so much for sticking with us. It was good to see Adi Baum in great spirits. Check out his courses and all the other courses. We'll be back with someone in a bit.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
First of all, I think white goes queen f4. Here the move is still queen f5, right?
You are following my games, you will see. I play a lot of games.
Finally, guys, so much work for just one pawn. It's so much happiness.
Seriously? Checkmate! Aim Chess is an intelligent system that analyzes your game, prevents mistakes, and develops recommendations for improving your skill.
Welcome back, everybody. Oh, sorry. You welcome them.
Welcome back, everybody, for what we assume is the final segment of the show dedicated to the second round of the Sunway Sitges chess festival.
Hans lost the pawn.
Yeah, Hans decided that he didn't.
Argentina scored again.
Yes, those are the things. But now with the rook on a8 completely stalemated, you just start pushing both the d and the e pawn, and the king stays between them and avoids checks very, very easily. So yeah, it's no longer really very difficult to understand exactly how Hans will win. So this one is not very much worth watching. He's also an hour ahead on the clock.
There's not much happening here. They're thinking this is still a complicated position. This is the game. Predict will last quite a bit.
Gwen
made some progress.
Yeah.
Still a draw, apparently. But
yeah, not the way I would have tried making that draw. But I guess
he's locked up.
Yeah, his opponent is saying exactly that you cannot really play a4 at any point because it runs into rook a3 check.
We wait, king f8. Yeah, we have to give this.
Even king f8 is fine, but I think maybe king h8 is cleaner. Shockingly, just not even giving up the h6 pawn.
Giving up the f.
Yeah, but it's still okay, right?
Yeah. Both draws.
Yeah, it's a matter of taste because actually, having looked at it, I prefer the other one because in the other one, the rook doesn't leave g6.
Yeah, the rook doesn't come out. So
yeah, rook 6, king f7, and yeah, it's just easier. Yeah, this one is much cleaner. Yeah, we always have rook a3. We just always have rook a3. So yeah, it's a bit of a shocking way to hold this because it feels like you've given up a lot of quote unquote equity by having your king cut off on the back rank. But the king on g3 is just completely locked down. And honestly, from here, it's just like as long as you don't move the rook from a2, which I assume if you go for this with black, you do it with the intention of never moving the rook away from a2.
Yeah, you gotta make king waiting moves and offer these pawns up. But no, he's done this. Okay, there were easier ways apparently, but he's found a good enough one.
Yeah.
And rook b5 doesn't really change anything.
Yeah.
Just chill.
Yeah, we find squares to chill on and chill. Yeah. So yeah, very, very nicely defended by the young Turkish player. So this will probably also be a favorite, dropping half a point. But yeah, in terms of positions which are very unclear and could go either way, we keep on coming back to the Gustafsson game, which is very difficult to gauge.
Yeah, it's also the one where it's still a full-fledged battle with all kinds of pieces. The other games are in the final stage. Like Chopra hasn't won yet, but he will eventually this night. Queen combo is so dominant. Some break. Something's going to give.
Yeah, eventually something will happen. Yeah, I guess the biggest, slowish, but biggest threat is just g5, king f3, king g4, king takes h4, and then something else will start falling in.
One game just ended. That was, I guess, Niemann's game. Yeah, the opponent had seen enough after this pattern you described was materializing. So Hans keeps going strong. Didn't finish the quickest way after this nice sacrifice, but found a way to always be better and keep the pressure up, and the opponent crumbled. So Niemann seems in good shape.
Yeah, playing well. He did okay in a Lobergat Open as well. He didn't win it, but I think he scored plus 4 there and tied for second. Maybe plus 3. I'm not sure, but not really setting the world on fire in his sojourn on this Spanish Open circuit, but playing very solidly and starting very well again here in Sitges.
Yeah, we mentioned Yu Yang Yi also on 2 out of 2, as is Jordan Van Foreys. So the highest rated player to drop something is still Jil Sar after his first round draw. I'm assuming he won today, but he didn't make the DGT boards because you can check out all results on the official site or on chess24.com. And here, yeah, let's see how Gawain, he got the F pawn.
Yeah,
so you can keep shuffling a little bit. This is, of course, fairly dead draw, especially with this pawn structure. To make progress, you got to go F4.
Yeah.
With G and H, but at least you're a pawn up and you can pretend.
Yeah, you can play forever, but it really is not going to give you very much in the way of progress. There's a number of seemingly passive ways of holding this, which I find, even let's say putting the king on G7, putting the rook on F8, and standing like that is perfectly okay.
So the rook movement, whenever there's a fork, you take like white's not going to invade and threaten. Dimitri Kollars is also still playing, trying to win his rook ending. Oh, is this?
That was a cleaner draw earlier. Black could have, his opponent decided that F7 pawn is very, very important and he's not giving that up.
Seen this? Oh, no, it was a different version.
It was a bit slightly, yeah, he didn't take on it, like he played Queen E8 first. He could have just, go a bit further back. And I think it's actually kind of instructive. So let's take the 3 seconds to.
I went Queen E8.
Yeah, just take here and play H5. And just go King H7, G5, King G6. If white goes after the F7 pawn, yeah, you just always just go G5. Like, and this is just always perfectly safe. In fact, white probably needs to be a bit careful.
White doesn't have a pawn H4.
And instead, he sort of understandably decided that F7 is a kind of an important pawn which underpins his entire structure. He's trying to preserve it, but the way he played it, he now runs some risks, maybe not
here. After H5, apparently he was lost for a moment. H6 was the way to go.
Interesting that there's such a difference between H6 and H5.
Let's figure it out here. This is apparently just
and King H4
E5,
wins,
and then King H4. Color start with King H4, but then E5 was stopped. And now it's the double threat of checkmating and
D6, D7, yeah,
the D pawn running.
Yeah, and very specifically King H7, King G5, I guess, right?
Oh, so not this, because we're in time for Rook D8.
Yeah, you have to waste another tempo on Rook D7 apparently, and you're still giving that mate, which is quite, yeah, it's understandable if you didn't see it. It's not
slow, but nice.
Not at all obvious. Yeah, it's like the patented Nigel King March is actually winning here again. Yeah.
No, he didn't spot that. He started with King H4, probably want to prepare E5.
Yeah, but now Rook E2, yeah.
He's no longer in time. Rook E7.
Rook E7, King F8.
Good, stopping the shenanigans here.
King G5 played. And yeah, eventually you have to start pushing your own trumps here by playing B4.
It's also obviously enough. King isn't doing any damage here.
Yeah, but
E5's just don't work.
Yeah, E5 Rook E5 doesn't work, but you can, and it's a kind of a funny position because white is simplifying into a pawn down rook ending, in which I think black is the side trying to make a draw after Rook B7 here. Rook B7, Rook E4, we give check, we take on B4. The king on F8 is so vulnerable that I think, like, if anybody is actually trying to make a draw here,
King H6 with saying, please.
But it's probably difficult and/or impossible to win if black just stands passively with the rook on D8 and king on G8.
Try to break free. Well, we're in trouble. No, we're in some trouble.
Yeah, check on King G7 and the F pawn probably is a queen, right?
Well,
yeah. So it's a kind of a rare-ish situation where, you know, white has no passers and is seemingly down a healthy-ish pawn, but black has to be careful. But yeah, I think this passive.
Then again, there's not much.
Yeah, this passive stance probably does hold the game because.
No Zugia here. There's G5 H4.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, and then you're in time because you will finally have some counterplay. Yeah, interesting endgame, and that win with E5 King H4 is actually quite remarkably beautiful.
Let's see what colors chooses. King F4 probably repeat it. It feels like
King F4, but King F4 gives black a very, very easy, obvious, comfortable draw, and I think he probably understands that he runs no risks here after Rook B7, so he wants to continue playing.
Fair enough. Another news,
this will win.
Gonna pick this up. Gawain. It's taking his time. He won't make a draw anytime soon, but I can't think of any scenario where white wins. This 3 versus 2, you sometimes win, but in this very structure,
not in the shape.
we'll see it. So it always comes back to Yesipenko and
where the engine is now saying black is borderline winning after HG followed by knight f4, with I guess the point being that black wants to go, I don't know, rook h4, rook f7, and then eventually sacrifice something.
He just played queen d1. He wants to take with the queen. No, that's at least the statement.
Yeah,
knight f4, it's still really, really bad.
Yeah, d3 is now also hanging. Yeah, this is, like, quote unquote objectively is very much going off the rails here for Andre, but time trouble will become a factor.
Yeah, both players taking their time. Anything else we missed? No, I think this is it. So I suggest we stick around to see if Colors comes up with something here. He still has a lot of time as well. And then we call it tonight. You can keep cheering for or against Yesipenko. But that's it from us. And we would be back tomorrow at the same time, in the same place. What are we doing tomorrow? We have stuff to do, actually. We should hit the town once.
That was the plan. Yeah, I thought I was going to say that. Yeah, checking out what's going on in the beautiful Sitges proper is the way to go here. Yeah, hard to say new things about this rook ending and the other rook ending, but the Yesipenko game could still surprise us somehow.
Let's see.
Yeah. Honestly, it's
knight f4 on the board.
Yeah. Slightly less precise, for some reason.
Natural enough, obviously.
Yeah.
The knight is so stupid on g4 and the queen, if it has to go back here. And I guess you just win.
It's I think it's exactly this actually. It just needs to be on f5. So specifically luring it to g4 was why it was so strong. Interesting. Yeah. Wasn't at all obvious to me originally that g4 was such a horrible square for this piece.
Far from it. Colors thinking about it.
Yeah. The choice does appear to be like an immediate draw with king f4, king g5, which really black cannot avoid, or playing rook b7 and playing on.
It's all been set, so might as well stick here, unless you want to see Gawain move his rook back and forth.
Not particularly. Not particularly. Yeah, this has been a kind of an unusual game, and somewhat in the manner of Jules' game yesterday. I mean, the rating difference is not as huge as it was yesterday, but still, a very well established, very highly praised and promising youngster, rated almost 2,700. Used to be rated like, I think his peak rating was around 2,730.
Yeah,
playing against a French player we don't really know very
like much. A young, dedicated man playing good chess. They also
just playing very solidly, not
giving an inch. By this decision. This is one point we keep coming back to. And then afterwards, Yesipenko, they also started out being better here, but somewhere, this d4 was pretty tough move to stop. That's what the computer wanted, stopping his maneuver. So you just played your quote unquote normally, but couldn't really get anywhere.
Yeah.
Then I'm not sure where it escalated. But basically, black also said,
Well, with
I'm
that,
not going to wait.
with that on G3, I think we run no risks. But at some point, Andre decided the way to shake things up was to move it from G3 to E3, and that allowed H5. Phileas Mathieu only 17 years old. So yeah,
pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's knight E3. Also didn't really, wanted to hint at some ED rook C5, but I don't know. It's the usual, the position is a draw or equal, you're trying to find a way to make progress. And sometimes you also assume that your opponent won't dare to change the nature of the position, but
I think that factors very largely into it. Yeah, you just think, yes, I'm giving up this chance, but why would he change anything? Because it seems like his current setup is solid and doesn't need to be touched, but does not always work with young opponents. Yeah, they
no, it's just playing in. The guy doesn't. Also, you don't play H6, D6, G5 if you're trying to be as safe as possible.
That is a good point. Yeah, I think this already gives away some of that intrigue.
Can't be that much fun for Jespenko to sit there now and he's worse everywhere. There's not that many active options. No, you think about D4, it never works.
Mm-hmm.
G8, knight F5. He has to do, but it's really passive. Not that much fun.
Yeah, it's
wow, and the boss move there by Phileas Mathieu, standing behind your opponent, watching the position.
Yeah. How vehemently against this are you? Like how much of
standing behind, I don't think it's too bad. I really dislike when they stand up and keep staring at the position and at you standing in front of you. Staying behind, if it's too close to you and you can feel it, it's annoying in general. I try to either sit at the board or walk around somewhere else, always standing and admiring your own position. Always annoys me a bit, and I always thought it was slightly bad etiquette, but it's clearly not a big deal.
Yeah, I mean,
what do you think?
I generally agree with this, but I think of the two things I probably dislike standing behind slightly more than.
Yeah, because you can't see it, so you feel that.
Yeah, this feeling of somebody, breathing on your neck a little bit is. But yeah, obviously none of this is all that important in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, it's. I'm going to obsess about it. But yeah, I wonder if he probably hasn't played that much, tournament, high level tournament chess. So you can't even assume.
What he's doing there, it's really no big deal. Yeah. There's a lot of space in that hall. But yeah, of course, he's also 17, and we've had the pandemic. Probably he's a bit underrated, like a lot of 16, 17-year-olds now who had two years to study, but not so much time to bring their rating up. Looks like a strong player.
You see a lot of that. Yeah, it'll take some time for people's ratings to get into. Adjust to their actual playing strength, but they'll get there. And
also people handle it differently. Some manage to keep a busy tournament schedule, like Hans Niemann seemed to be playing non-stop basically, but a lot of people also set out 2 years more or less completely. So it's kind of very, very different from the case. And E takes D5 played, more weakening your position.
Yeah, that couldn't have been a very easy decision to make.
E4, I mean, you're really not helping yourself here.
No. Yeah, Yeah, I'm not sure why he felt this was necessary, because it's just such a damaging decision to your structure and to everything. Even knight takes d5 is CD5 is, I think, your default option here, because you want to have pawns occupying the center and you want to kind of
force a pretty something.
Yeah. But even if you take with the knight and you allow the knight trade, you're still much better.
So what does he want? C5 or space some?
No, but now HG is just
I'm not saying
much stronger than it used to be.
what his idea is.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it. Seems like
you're not attacking anything, and you're probably getting mated.
Yeah. Yeah, machine just goes rook f7 and then sacrifice something on h3 and says, yeah, game over. Move on. cd5 played quite quickly. He's also doing a very good job of keeping the clock in check, right?
He just seems confident. Yeah, he's not second guessing. cd5, what's the big deal?
Yeah, this is not going well at all for Andre.
Stopping by. Okay. Let's see if Gawain, he put the rook on d3. Wants to go f4 without allowing the check on a3, but
yeah, that also is
still so drawn. Yeah, you can wait passively and what's going to happen.
Yeah, you need to allow so much stuff to happen here for white to even have a sniff. So it's just very, very drawn.
Colors can't make up his mind. Well, he has time to calculate.
Yeah,
fair enough. And these are the games.
And yeah, he actually has played d4, which is the engine suggestion, but like it looks so strange.
e4, you're giving the knight another square. Like
I guess there's some tactical way to justify queen. I think he wants to play queen f1 and then try to get that positional exchange sacrifice in. I still don't really understand why 93 isn't winning on the spot there. Like queen f1, why isn't this just over?
Another positional exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, and then he rook c1 c5 saying, yeah, pick one.
Make up your mind.
Make up your mind, 93, yeah. Both are
pretty good though.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's
takes an f5. Why is this not plus a lot?
Now we can take
you can take
it. You can take f5, yeah. This is actually borderline playable, yeah.
I managed to find a way for white to win.
He played hg4 very, very quickly instead, which is also fine.
So white wins.
Yeah. White is in time to create a passer there, despite seemingly.
Knight g4 blitzed out, but now e4 is even more lethal. It's once again the stupid knight.
Yeah, it's an improvement. Yeah, it's just bad. It also looks bad.
It looks terrible.
Yeah,
this whole operation with ed and d4, the position didn't look great to begin with, but now you lost the one outpost you had on f5.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure his idea is to somehow be able to play, I don't know, queen f1 would take f4, but like after queen f1 here, I'm guessing you can go like queen d6 and stop it for whoa!
Toma.
Whoa. That is very beautiful. And if rook goes somewhere, we go e3, like rook fc2.
Okay, we take everything.
Yeah, but yeah, in the other one, after rook fc2, we actually go e3, which is quite cute.
That's nice.
Yeah.
e4 played. Yeah, he's not hesitating much.
Yeah. Unfortunately, for like, I think it's possible not to see queen takes g4, but unfortunately for Andre, queen f1, queen d6. I don't know. Because like if you don't go queen f1 here, your previous play makes no sense. Like, why have you done this to your position? Like,
maybe his logic is now my knight can't be touched on g4 anymore. Keep it there. And,
well, I don't know.
It's hard to.
Yeah. But my point was, even if you don't see queen takes g4 after queen f1, you just go queen d6. And that exchange sacrifice never materialized. And I still want to play rook h4, rook fh7, then I will find some tactic. Yeah. Yeah, this could be, because yesterday, no favorite actually ended up losing, right? This could be the first one that got lost over the board, right? We're not counting the Tabata game.
Chat, you guys still up? What are we doing here?
They're there in spirit, I'm sure.
Did Magnus win against Fabi?
Yeah, tell us about that, chat. Was that scheduled at least so that they can watch the football? I assume that was. Yeah. There's no way Magnus was missing any of that. Yeah, and from the pause here, it does seem to me that maybe he found queen takes g4. I mean, Andre, maybe not Elias yet, but Andre may have actually spotted this now and is now coming to the painful realization of just how poor his position is. You actually probably bluff it, though. I don't know. Do you?
See it, you play some. It's not that hopeless yet that you think. You can allow checkmate in 5.
Yeah. Fair.
Colors taking his time.
Yeah, really taking his time here. He has plenty, so somewhat understandable.
Right. Chad has abandoned us. Then let's make it neutral and abandon Mr. Yesipenko and his sufferings. It does look like he's in big trouble here. We'll be back tomorrow to not only update you on that, but on all the action of the third round, where we might see the first, I don't know, at least like 2,500 versus 2,700 clashes. So it's heating up here, hopefully also literally in the Chessable Sunway Sitges International Chess Festival, where the action is just starting. It's 10 rounds in this tournament. We're in for all of it. Chess. Thank you so much for watching. Go check out Adiban's B3 course and then play 1e4. He has a course on that too. Apparently. He says, no one knows. We'll be back tomorrow. See you then.
See you then.